Sahitya, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Madam, I've joined. Uh, Rajeshwari, madam, good morning, madam.
Yeah, very good morning, sir. Is it audible?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
madam,
good
it is
morning.
audible, madam. Clear, madam.
Yeah. Thank you.
Madam, we can wait for 2 more minutes, madam. Participants are joining.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Just text me, sir, when it's ready.
Yeah, madam. Sure, madam. Sure, madam.
Yeah, shall I share the screen?
Yeah, madam. Yes, madam. So I think
At the presentation.
we'll start. Yeah.
Good morning to the respective program coordinators and respective faculty members. Welcome to day 4 AICTE-ATAL sponsored online faculty development program on drug safety monitoring and transition of care, the brink of an artificial intelligence. For our first session, the speaker is Dr. Rajeshwari Madam, Professor, Head, EDE, Dean Academics, Acharya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. Madam has received her PhD in Electrical and Electronics from Aeronautical Development Agency and ME in Electronics and Communications from EE Bangalore and BE from After her education, Madam has joined in technology, and currently Madam is the Professor and Head for Department of Electronics and in Leadership and Management from Chartered Management Institute, and created activities on medical imaging and healthcare. Had traveled for IEEE international conferences and has received grant from AI principal investigator for funding. Opinion like a education and annual of IEEE. Madam has
Where should I go?
Go to PPT. Make it full screen and start present. You have stop
Slideshow ಹೋಗ್ಲಾ? Slideshow ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ತಾನೆ?
ಹೌದು. Slide ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ.
ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಲಾ?
ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಗೇನ್ ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್. ಈ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ವಾ? Mohan sir, is it audible and the screen visible to you?
Yeah, madam. It is audible and the screen is visible.
Yeah. Okay. Just half a minute.
Yeah, madam. Sure.
Can I start?
Yes,
Okay.
madam. Yes, madam.
Very good morning to all of you. I'm Dr. Rajeshwari. I come from the engineering stream, basically from Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering from Acharya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. First of all, let me thank Dr. Mohan and his team and Dr. Ramalingam for giving us this opportunity to be a part of this FDP on AI driving drug delivery and safety monitoring. Thank you, Dr. Mohan and Dr. Ramalingam, sir. This all started way back around 3 years back, 3 to 4 years back. We are a team of 5 to 6 members from the engineering stream only. I have a few research scholars of mine working in the field of artificial intelligence for healthcare and agri-tech. we started working together on these platforms of healthcare and agri-tech using the AI enabler. Later on, it was fascinated to take up small research related and today we can streams or with the pharma or with the agri organizations to share our experiences and to learn from all of you. So this is a brief introduction of myself, and in the coming sessions, the whole day, what we target is, in the first session, we look into how artificial intelligence is driving the new way of drug delivery, or be it in the pharma research or in the health research. That will be my first session. Coming to the next 3 sessions. In the second session, we'll be having on how these problems are addressed using AI in the second session. And in the third and the fourth session, the basic objective here was how can we collaborate with the pharma, be it the pharma academic or the pharma industry, how to collaborate so that it can be interdisciplinary oriented, data-driven medicine industry. Based on that, what we do is we will explore on which are the tools and platforms for both of us to work on the pharma research or the pharma related works. The third session will be a glimpse of the tools and the frameworks of how to start working on AI-driven drug delivery or AI-driven pharmaceutical research. And in the last session, in the post-lunch, you will be having 2 case studies, practical case studies on pharmaceutical sales and pharmaceutical drug-related telemedicine type. We'll be having 2 case studies. It will be a hands-on session on the tools and the frameworks which has been discussed in the third session. So this is a brief view of today's session, the 4 sessions. I hope I'm clear. Let me start off with my session. It's 1.5 hour session. I hope I won't bore you. Yeah. Friends, if you look at the global market today, it's a known fact today that the healthcare and the agri industry are the predominant, or these are the 2 industries which are driving the market today. There is no explanation required for these 2 industries, I think so, because all of us have practically seen it from the last 3 years, be it COVID or be it the demand for the pharmacy related support, be it the support or the demand from the agri industry. Okay, so if not COVID also, there is a huge demand for the pharmacy industry wherein the number of patients are increasing. I don't know whether it is a boon or a bane. The number of patients are increasing, or based on our lifestyles, or based on the population index in India. These 2 industries are growing and have huge potentials for the coming decades. Yes. Now, why these 2 industries are flourishing so well is a $1 million question. And the answer for that is definitely the technological enablers. Be it the artificial intelligence or the Internet of Things or the cloud computing, the big data, the analytics, or the drug discovery with AI, all these enablers like the artificial intelligence, IoT, cloud, big data, the edge computing, all these are the enablers today which are giving an edge for the healthcare and the agri-tech industry to flourish in a very quick span of time. So that is a brief background. And yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Have you started changing the slides, ma'am?
Yes. No,
actually,
not
you're
yet.
not seeing the slides.
I'm in the title slide.
Okay.
I'm in the title slide. Okay. Fine.
Okay.
So with this background, the session today was how artificial intelligence is enabling or suffixing healthcare to flourish is today's session. A brief outline of the presentation will be so. Now is the screen visible, ma'am? Hello?
No, ma'am.
Is the screen moved?
No, madam.
I'm in the second slide.
No, ma'am, we are seeing the title slide only.
First slide.
Yes, ma'am, we are seeing the title slide. Now we are able to see, ma'am.
Okay, might be there's a delay. Okay. So
Thank you.
my outline of the presentation will include a glimpse of artificial intelligence, not in detail, and what are the recent developments in healthcare, both in pharmaceutical research as well as in health research. We'll be looking at how AI is acting as an enabler for these healthcare services. Later on, I'll pick up 4 of my case studies, which we have carried out in our laboratories. We include a health report summarization using natural language processing. We include Alzheimer's detection using artificial intelligence, some of the assistive technologies, and how AI is supporting healthcare pre and post surgery. So these are the 4 case studies I'll be picking up after a glimpse of AI and its development. We'll conclude it with the summary and the references. So this is a brief outline of the presentation. Let us get into. Please raise a question if you have any doubts in between, or I'll take up the questions at the end because the time is very short for me and I need to cover a lot of things. Okay, so let me take up the questions at the later part of it, at the end of the session. So let us get into the session. Now, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. These are the 3 buzzwords today in the society today. However, artificial intelligence started off way back, decades back in 1956 by John McCarthy. But today it's become the predominant enablers today in the industry, whatever is the industry, the vertical, right from be it business analytics to generating songs or generating poems or the healthcare. It has gone from minus infinity to plus infinity today. So that is the reach of AI. And these 3 buzzwords are generally taken as 3 different entities, but however, all of them are interconnected. Let us see what is this AI, ML, and DL. Artificial intelligence on a broader spectrum, ML being a subset and DL also being a subset. Now let us look at AI, ML, and DL first. Artificial intelligence, if you look at a basic definition, it's science and engineering of making intelligent machines, or it's making the machines to work like humans. That is artificial intelligence. Coming to machine learning involves algorithms, or it is the development of algorithms to make decisions by providing preliminary data or by providing sufficient data to the machine learning algorithms. Coming to deep learning is a further subset of AI that is under machine learning. What this deep learning uses is, it uses neural network models in order to solve complex problems from business to healthcare. So a brief develop or to make intelligent machines or to mimic humans. Your machine learning involves development of problems. Deep learning is to develop new. All these 3 are interconnected with each other. Okay. When I say data science or when I say artificial intelligence, it's not only these 3 entities, the AI, ML, or DL. A bigger picture of AI involves right from deep learning, natural language, computer vision, expert systems. All of these are involved under this arena of data science or of AI. I hope I'm clear with this, the 3 definitions of AI, ML, and DL. Let me just summarize. AI is a bigger picture, making intelligent machines or making it mimic like humans. The second one is machine learning, which involves development of algorithms with data. And deep learning involves development of neural models, neural network models, solve your complex problems. Let me take a simple example which will include all these 3. All of us are aware of Siri. Complies data and the deep learning models also. The simplest example which complies all these three put together is your Siri. Okay, so this is a glimpse of AI, and when I talk of how this AI is evolving today, what are the different stages of artificial intelligence? These three are the predominant stages of AI. Let us look one by one. I'll be a bit slow in this slide so that we are aware of what is today, what is tomorrow, and what is later on. The first stage of AI started off in 1956, I said. However, from the last 2 decades, the first stage of AI has got a big bang or a big boost. The first stage of AI is called as artificial narrow intelligence. When I say artificial narrow intelligence, some of them we call it as weak networks also, or artificial weak networks. Okay. Most of the AI-driven technologies today in the market fall under artificial narrow intelligence. For example, your Alexa. What is this Alexa doing? You are telling it to do everything. There is no genuine intelligence in it. Okay, the Alexa is driven by you. It takes some decisions, but most of the time it's not the genuine intelligence. It is driven by you. Okay, so Alexa comes under artificial narrow intelligence. Your face recognition in your mobiles fall under narrow intelligence. Your best robot, that is Sophia, your Google Maps, all these come under artificial narrow intelligence. When I say artificial narrow intelligence, it relates to how AI is used to execute specific tasks without further expansion of its own. That is, it's not going to use intel, or it cannot logically think. It can only be driven by you. Okay, so what I listed, all the applications, it can be Alexa, it can be your face detection, it can be your Sophie, it can be your Google Maps. All these come under the banner of artificial narrow intelligence. And today we are in the stage of artificial narrow intelligence. There is a long way to go. Okay, coming to what is artificial general intelligence. When I say artificial general intelligence, it is to build machines which can think, which can reason, which can take decisions on its own. We have not yet reached to the stage of artificial general intelligence. I repeat, artificial general intelligence is to build machines that can possess the ability of humans. Ability of humans, when I say, it can take its own decisions, its own logical reasoning or thinking capability. Okay, we are yet to arrive at the stage of artificial general intelligence. And just a minute. Okay, the timeline what is given for artificial general intelligence is about 2040. So you can imagine what is the roadway behind AI in all the verticals of the industry today, right from business to generating your songs by your own. Okay, fine. That is about artificial general intelligence. It's like building machines which will exactly behave as humans, that is, take own decisions by its own thinking. Coming to artificial superintelligence, there's a lot of debate on this artificial superintelligence. For example, the giant Elon Musk of Tesla claims when artificial superintelligence succeeds, it is like humans become definitely. It's a debate going on. Let us not debate now. Artificial superintelligence is a hypothetical situation. It's like your science fiction, or it's like your movies. What you see today, it is where the machines will surpass the humans. That is artificial superintelligence, and it is soon after 2040. Let's see what it is, or let us debate upon on a different platform. Okay, so these are the 3 stages of AI. The first one is the artificial narrow intelligence, which looks into building of machines or development of algorithms or development of neural network models for specific tasks. The tasks can be a robot to take care of carrying medicines to the COVID center. It can be the Alexa. It can be the face recognition on your mobiles. It can be the Sophie. It can be the Google Maps. Okay, so all these come under the banner of artificial narrow intelligence. I continue with general intelligence. General intelligence, where the machines take the complete hold of humans. Yet to come. 2040 is the timeline which is depicted or predicted by the analysis, and the super intelligence is when the machines will surpass humans. Okay, there was a debate which was happening some way back in 1 or 2 months back, like will AI create a scenario such that it will replace humans? Control, or you are in the ethical boundaries, I think so. Surpassing humans will not be happening unless and until there is a control over the complete scenario. Okay, so this is these are the different stages of AI. Now, I shift my topic to the development of AI only in the sector of healthcare. That is a topic given to me. So let me not talk of Alexa, or let me not talk of business analytics. Let me talk only of how AI has been evolved, or what are the recent developments in healthcare with respect to AI. Okay, I've just listed a few. For example, the first one, if you see IBM Watson Health. If you look at IBM Watson Health, around 230 medical organizations, 230, I'm repeating, 230 medical organizations work on this platform, or they have adopted IBM Watson Health. If you see at the recent COVID news only, IBM Watson Health is capable of handling around 12,000 COVID records in a span of seconds. Okay, so this is the ability of the IBM Watson Health modality. It works from telemedicine. It works to pre and post surgery support. Most of the organizations in India have adopted IBM Watson Health, right from Apollo to any of the clinical laboratory, R&D laboratory, be it Cleveland Clinic Laboratory of Europe, or any R&D or any industry, pharma industry, they have picked up this IBM Watson Health as a support for them. Okay. Now coming to the next one is your Google AI, which have collaborated. The Google team has collaborated with the Indian pharma and the Indian R&D labs to come out with a Google Artificial Intelligence Eye, wherein it supports in detecting the diabetic. They are on a verge of coming out with the newer versions. Okay, the research on this is happening with the AI teams, AI of Google and AI of the Indian organizations. So this is the second one. And coming to the right corner, if you see the lady in the pic there, it is the chatbot, which is Florence. It's an initiative by WHO, the World Health Organization. Which is the slide, sir, now? Which is the slide you're seeing?
Ma'am, we are in second slide, ma'am. Yeah, now it is visible, ma'am.
Visible? I'm going slow.
Slide, fifth slide, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm in the fifth slide only.
Before it was second slide, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you see this chatbot, the WHO's digital health worker, it's called Florence. Now, recently in 2021, this chatbot was introduced to take care of how people quit tobacco. It's a chatbot which helps the patient or the person with a continuous usage of tobacco. Definitely, we cannot say we have eradicated the usage of tobacco, but this chatbot is a very sincere effort of WHO to take care of how tobacco, and that is the most important. situations wherein the people who consume tobaccos one by WHO. However, Florence has been used for support of telemedicine, or it has been used for the support of pre and post surgery support for the patients, right? Okay, coming to the recent, another one is how AI has driven for intelligent or fast clinical trials. So this is the example of how AI has driven in analyzing your huge chunks of clinical data or quick responses for your clinical trials. Otherwise, when we look at the demand in the market today, we see the number of reports, be it the blood reports or the MRI reports. The clinical analysis takes a longer period. When you go for a MRI or when you go for a blood, you have to wait for either 1 or 2 days or 3 days or a week or so. But today, AI-driven clinical trials are faster and accurate, or I don't say they are replacing the physicians, but they are supporting the clinical physicians to make the decisions faster and accurate, okay, and to handle large chunks of data. Large chunks of data, when I say large patients, fine. So this is a recent development of AI in healthcare. Yeah, how AI has been an enabler for healthcare services. Recently, we have seen the pharmaceutical and the healthcare organizations. I view these two differently, the pharmaceutical and the healthcare organizations. Now, we have seen AI has been coming out with these two people, the pharmaceutical and the healthcare organizations, to apply artificial intelligence in different areas, in multifold areas ranging from medical image analysis or catering to large health records or to basic research delivery or drug discovery. Early diagnosis or detection of the disease based on MRIs or on PET scans or on the X-rays. Okay, so huge demand for the X-ray scans or the CT scans, the PET scans, the MRIs are today in the market today. AI has come in support with these medical image analysis. Coming to the handling of health records, definitely we have seen the huge market for handling health records and driven by AI. Also with basic molecular level of research with respect to drug discovery or drug repurposing or with the clinical trials also. So this is the broader spectrum of how AI is enabling your pharmaceutical and the healthcare organizations. Okay. I also said it is going to assist your physicians for making clinical decisions or early diagnosis or predict what is the outcome of the disease so that early treatments can be provided. It also helps in the management and the payment of bills. For example, if you look at the latest app today, all of us are using MFine. MFine, all of us are using, or the Practo, which is supporting you in locating the doctors or in locating the telemedicine or in payment of your bills. All these are taken care with the assistance of AI, okay, or a AI platform. Okay, and it's also going to support you. Like for example, there was a recent debate also on the healthcare conclaves, wherein there was a debate question. It was very interesting. Is AI going to support in cost cutting for the patients? There was a beautiful debate, and the debate went on like this. When we have platforms like MFine, when we have platforms like Practo, definitely going to a hospital or hospitalization can be reduced, not for extent where the disease is too grave, at least for diagnosis, at least for basic treatments. You can use these platforms, either MFine or Practo or whatever it is, so that the hospitalization charges can be reduced. And definitely in a span of few years, you will be seeing the doctors and the patients speaking to each other as a live platform using AI like text to speech or speech to text conversions, be it using a chatbot in between, or be it using any AI platform, so that the intervention of the patient to a hospital, driving to a hospital, minimizes. So this helps in the cost cutting of the cost for the patients with respect to medical treatments. Okay, so these are some of the enabler services for healthcare. If I look at the recent developments of how AI has supported in the field of medicine, if you look at the first figure topmost to the left, it's a portable scan. The doctor can hold the scan anywhere into his clinic or in the hospitals, wherein using a mobile, non-invasive, using a mobile, he can use this portable scans and he can send the reports to the patient sitting anywhere across the globe. Okay, so this was a recent portable ultrasound scan. I think so. Some of us are aware of it. And
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you.
yeah, yes, ma'am, please.
Ma'am, actually, we are still in the slide 5, madam. Yes, now we are able to see the slide, ma'am.
Okay, let me go for the PPT presentation only. Okay, this is clear now. Is this clear?
And now we are seeing a 7th slide, ma'am.
Yeah, now I'll just move the 8th slide. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll go with this only then. Okay. So just to name a few, let me be quick. It's already 10. Okay. I have a portable ultrasound scan. Let me have other examples like I can list these examples under 2 categories. One is a virtual example and the other one is a physical one. When I say physical, it can be your robots in your surgery helping your surgical operation, surgical assignments, or it can be your wearable sensors, or it can be your pacemakers, intelligent pacemakers, or it can be any of them being on the physical platform. On a virtual platform, it can be your telemedicine, it can be your Practo, it can be your M-Fine. If you look at the figure, you have a feel of how virtual and physical applications are being driven by AI. Okay. If you look at the right corner, you have how your data can be sent over network. Even though the patient doesn't reach the hospital, his data can be sent over a network. Through the cloud, the data can be processed and it reaches the patient via the doctor also. All these interventions are being enabled by AI. Okay. Let me continue. Coming to the pharma industry, if I look at AI, how it is being supporting the pharma services. Today, if I look at AI, it's a huge impact on the drug discovery or on the advanced healthcare. If I look at the pharmaceutical research, it's being used for your basic biology research at the molecular level, for the drug discovery and development, and for the drug repurposing. A recent article posed how the drugs for COVID, which were not being used earlier for a few of the diseases, have been gone through this drug repurposing and have been found promising for COVID. Okay, I would not like to name all of them, but these are happening with the concepts of AI, drug repurposing specifically. I just would like to name. Okay, coming to the healthcare research, AI has been enabled with diagnostic or medical devices. When I say medical devices, it can be your wearables, it can be your pacemakers, it can be your portable scans. Okay, coming to diagnostics, it can be your how your MRI scans are processed in a fraction of seconds using AI technology, or how huge chunks of data in referral hospitals or in any R&D centers are managed using AI. And telemedicine also comes under the umbrella of healthcare research. Okay, so this is the field of AI as an enabler for healthcare services, be it in pharmaceutical research and in the healthcare research. Okay, so this is a glimpse of how AI can be used in the pharma and in the healthcare branches. Now, let me get into the case studies of what we are exploring with your healthcare and with your pharma. Pharma, we have not touched upon. We have touched upon with the healthcare sector. So, I would like to take up some of the case studies what we have worked with our research scholars and with the students of our organization. We are also having a pharma college in the campus at Acharya Institutes, wherein we speak to our pharma colleagues, and we are trying to come out with some works related with collaborative work with the pharma and the engineering stream. Okay. However, currently from the last 1 or 2 years, some of the case studies have been picked up for this session. Okay. I could not pick up many of them, so we have picked up 2 or 3, that's it. Coming to the first case study, it's a recent one, a health report summarization using deep learning and natural language processing. I'll just give you objective of what made us to pick this. There is a scheme by the government of India wherein you have health ATMs situated at the rural sectors. When I say health ATM, if I'm a person belonging to a rural sector, I'm not able to reach the hospitals because of the availability or because of the availability of the doctors or something like that. I go to the health ATM, wherein I have an option to go for a blood test in the health ATM. It's like a normal ATM where we draw money. So a small strip picks up a small amount of blood from me, and I get my report. In a minute or two, I get my health report. Okay. Now this health report is in typed in English, giving me all the details. For example, a pregnant lady takes her health report of her hemoglobin content or her ESR value or whatever it is. I have a hematology report. Okay. Now I look at my hematology report. I am not aware of the medical terms. I'm not aware of the medical terms, being from a rural sector or from the northeast or anywhere in the rural sector. This idea was because of that health ATM, which was initiated by the government of India. Now, what do I do with this health report? What if there is an emergency, or I have to see a doctor within a few days, or I'm normal, so that my anxiety level is reduced? So how do I go about with this? I have to go and show it to somebody who is aware of the medical terms. So how do I go about it? So we thought of having a health report summarizer in any of the native languages of India, be it Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, or any native language. How I can pick up the report. If I use interface of an app, the lady can just scan her report, and if she puts on her speaker, she gets her health record or a health report in her language what she chooses. So this was the first case study which we picked up of how deep learning and natural language processing, that is the AI techniques, can support in generating a audio health report summary. Okay, so that was the basic objective. Now, if I look at this, how we started off is I go to the health ATM, I pick up my health report, giving the small prick of the blood of my finger. I get a report. The report is scanned by the lady. Once I scan the report, it gets into my system. And what my system does is, I use two concepts. One is, I go for optical character recognition. These are the technical terms. Any doubts later on I'll pick up. The optical character recognition captures all the contents available in the report. Now, what we faced here is we have different sorts of reports coming from different laboratories. Okay, some laboratories, for example, the RV laboratory in Bangalore, or any other. If I go to Columbia or if I go to Apollo hospitals, we get different sorts of reports. The basic objective is same of the report, but in a different formats. Okay, so we try to have some robustness in this optical character recognition too, so that it will recognize the different reports. Okay, all of you are aware. I don't want to get into that. Some given DESI, some given normal values. Okay, so all these are the values. So we picked up, and the optical character recognizer recognizes the contents of it, and then we give it to a natural language processor, wherein the NLP, which is an AI technique, generates a brief summary of your health record in any native language. So this is the proposed methodology. It took a span of 6 months for us to work on this case study. This is my health record to my left corner. The health record is scanned. I pass it on to my OCR, which recognizes all the characters. Then I give it to my NLP, which generates an audio report of my health report in any native language which I choose. We tried it for 4 to 5 languages. It's fantastic. Okay, so this was our first case study of how we explored NLP and deep learning for health report summarization. Okay, we tried it with hematology reports. We can try with the other reports also, but currently we tried with the hematology reports. We do have a diagnostic center of Acharya Institutes which supported us with these health records. Okay, so this is the brief what I spoke. The images are first annotated. All these technical terms I don't want to get into. This images I apply it to the OCR. I feed it to my NLP to generate my audio. So this is the first case study what we picked up. Coming to the second case study, is the screen visible, madam? Hello?
Yes, madam. It is visible now.
Okay. Coming to the second case study, we worked on Alzheimer's disease detection. Initially, we understood the anatomy of the brain. We looked into the different biomarkers for AD. This was the initial study, and we got a very good support from the ADNI group, which supported us with the MRI scans. So initially we did a study of the anatomy and the biomarker study, and we picked up the structural MRIs from the group, and we did a thorough investigation of the different phases of Alzheimer's, whether it is a normal one, whether it is mild cognitive impairment, or it is a stage of AD. So first we did an initial study. We understood the different levels of AD. Okay, and we got different data sets from ADNI with respect to normal, with respect to mild cognitive impairment, and with respect to AD. Right from the age of 30 years till 70 years, we took the data from the organization which supported us for the research. After that, we tried to work on applying these artificial neural network models like the convolution neural networks or the SVMs or the capsule networks. These are the networks wherein which supported us for the early classification of the different, not only Alzheimer's, it also supported in classifying whether I'm a normal, I am a mild cognitive impairment, or I'm under serious AD. So this was a beautiful research for 3 years by our research team. Our research scholar Kritika was recently awarded her PhD also in the same domain. It was a very good platform for us to understand how to explore handling large chunks of data with respect to MRI scans or with respect to X-rays. Even recently with respect to the COVID X-rays also, we could try to get in some insight of how applying DL or ML techniques for detection or supporting in false positive detections. See, for example, in the X-rays, when there is a small lump or when there is a small nodule or something, initially it was detected that yes, it is a nodule, it is malign or something like that. Okay, but when we go for a very good neural network model or machine learning algorithm, we get very good promising results of reduced false positives. based on the density analysis, based on the structural analysis. This was explored even on the X-rays with respect to COVID also. So this was a second case study of diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease based on structural MRI images using machine learning techniques. Also, we developed a CBIR, that is computer-based or a computer diagnosis platform, CBIR, for retrieving the information of whether I am mild or whether I am serious AD or whether I am a normal candidate with respect to Alzheimer. Okay, so this was our second case study, and coming to the other case study, assistive technologies for non-communicable diseases. This is a case study taken up by our UG students also. From the last 2 years, we are working on some of the assistive technologies. It might not be a complete product, but at least it's a part of the assistive technology for non-communicable diseases. When we say non-communicable diseases, statistics, rather than communicable diseases, the non-communicable diseases are having a serious impact in the society, be it the children or be it the adults or the older ones. The non-communicable diseases, like they have a serious impact, like getting into depression or strokes, or all these are becoming more predominant in today's society. I don't know what to blame, whether it is the lifestyle or whether it is the current situations, different aspects. Okay, so the non-communicable diseases have to be looked into, because nearly 70% of the deaths or the disabilities are worldwide today. Looking into this, we started exploring of what can we explore with AI in order to build some assistive tools or some assistive models for supporting the non-communicable diseases. So in this front, we started off with, this is a WHO story. We started off with small projects like developing, this is image taken from the net, but however, we tried to mimic a wheelchair supported with the Internet of Things and supported with AI-powered wheelchairs. In connection with Saskin Communications, our student tried to explore how to develop a smart hearing aid. When I say smart hearing aid, it becomes smart only when I use an app or I use AI. A self-driven smart hearing aid. For example, the auto-tuning happens on your mobile. So this was a project taken up by the student in collaboration with Saskin Communications. Coming to the Google Glasses, the adjustment of the glasses, which is being driven by AI. This is the Google Glass. We try to mimic some of them, that's it. But these are the ones which are already in the market today. This is available today. It's the wearable assistive technology for walking. It's a wearable walking assistive exoskeleton robot. And coming to this is where the non-communicable diseases have seen a promising note, wherein for autism or for Alzheimer's or for cancer support for the patients to treat them, they have started using assistive technologies, using robots or using non-invasive techniques or using chatbots, using NLP, how to speak to the patients for treatment or how to assist the patients sitting at home with this. Okay, so generally people with Alzheimer's, with depression or with any of these sort of after effects of these NCDs, these robots or the chatbots today. I spoke of Florence, how Florence is supporting the patients to come out of the depression or to support them in taking the treatments. I recently went through one article wherein a patient who is with Alzheimer's, if he is alone at home, he forgets to take the medicines. Okay, suppose he is alone at home or something like that, he forgets to take a medicine. So what some R&D lab has come forward is the medicine, the tablet will have a small sensor within it connected to your mobile of the caretaker. As soon as the patient picks up the tablet or he takes the tablet, it informs the caretaker that the tablet has been taken because of the sensor available and connect to the mobile. Okay, so this is the level of intervention of AI and IoT for catering to the patient needs. All of us are aware of the smart watches and the Google Glass, which is a wearable platform. Coming to this application, the GPS for visually impaired. Now, when I say this GPS for visually impaired, we started off with small projects like smart blind sticks. We started off with navigation aids for physically challenged people. This smart kits, smart sticks or the devices were enabled with some pre-data given. Like for example, when I go for a navigation type of assistance, the map or the pathway to reach is being preloaded into my system, or it is trained into my system. And when the patient starts using that device, it caters to how he can navigate, taking care of the interventions of the objects in between, of how it works dynamically. We have seen smart blind sticks and all today, but when we see the obstacle which is dynamic, like for example, the obstacle is a dynamic means the obstacle is a moving one coming towards him. So how to cater this with the normal blind sticks? It's impossible for catering the dynamic objects which are coming in front of you. So the latest interventions like the object detection using the YOLO platform or any AI platform has definitely supported in handling these moving objects or dynamic objects. Yeah, this is what I spoke. Okay. We have another case study called Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare During Pre- and Post-Surgery. Now, for example, I myself had a experience of a person in the family. We are aware of this. All of you are much more aware of me. For example, I have a surgery already for a bone which is broken in my leg. Up to the knee, I have the rod being fitted into my leg. Okay. Now I need to go for a knee replacement next. Earlier, 6 months back, I have a surgery wherein a rod is being fitted, put it into my leg up to the knee level. Later on, I need to go for a knee replacement. Now, when we approached the hospitals, what happened was the knee replacements can be done with the latest technologies. How? The caretaker or the family is being guided by a robot to tell this is the way the surgery can be done. I have a small difference of only a few centimeters between my knee and the rod which is there in my leg. Okay, so the robot initially assists the doctor, telling, giving the prediction of how the surgery has to be done. The system completely simulates the complete surgery right from the stage 1 to stage N, closing of the surgery. It completely mimics the AI-driven robots or the AI-driven surgical equipments, completely mimics the whole surgery to the caretakers today in the hospitals. Okay, so once the caretaker is convinced, the doctor looks into the complete mimicking and the surgery happens very smoothly. So these are the today's hospitals which are accepting AI-driven surgical skill assessment systems in the surgery aspects. Okay, so We tried to mimic this surgical system using an AI platform. Definitely, we have not reached the hospitals anytime, but we have tried, yet we have not reached, hope we'll reach it. We have tried to mimic this surgical system using an AI platform. After that, now I need to know what is the efficiency of my mimicking. This also can be done using AI to check out whether the pathway was the expected one or the specified one. That also is being tested with the accuracy, with the false errors, or with the detection accuracy. All these can be done with the predictive models and the assessment models of AI. A platform of all these, what are the tools to be used, what are the frameworks to be used in the afternoon session, it will be looked into. Even though you are pharmaceutical people, if you want to collaborate with the engineering stream or with any of the biotechnology people or with the computer science or electronics people, it should be aware of that. Both of you have to collaborate. Both of us have to collaborate, because we will be knowing the tools and the frameworks, but you have to give the data. You have to support in the analysis of the data. Otherwise, the engineering streams will be working in silos. So a joint collaborative work or a joint research for diagnosis or for clinical trials or for supporting drug discovery, a portion of that in any of these will definitely aid us. So this is the objective of the whole FDP for today, I think so. So by the end of the session or by the end of the day, we would like to definitely collaborate on joint works, be it in the diagnosis front or be it in the, for example, the protein analysis or the DNA analysis. How you can sit at a remote place with the data given to the people. They can analyze and give you the details in minutes or in hours also. Okay, so this is what we require as the engineering people. So with this, later on, now once in the pre-surgery, during the pre-surgery, this surgical skill mimicking is done, which will aid the doctor and also give a confidence to the patient as well as to the caretaker. Okay, so this is the first phase of the case study, wherein we mimic the complete surgical system. We mimic right from what is the current status of the organ or the current status of the patient. After the operation, after a few days, what will be the status? All these can be predicted. I'll repeat. What is the current scenario of the patient? What is the level of the bone broken, or an organ which is being defected, or whatever it is? After the surgery, after 1 month, after 2 months, after 5 months, after 6 months, what will be the status if this is the process of medication? So this prediction can be taken care by the algorithms or by the neural network models of deep learning or machine learning, or be it AI. Okay. We can also detect whether this mimicking has a better accuracy, so that the doctor can confidently follow this procedure. Okay, it will not replace the doctor, it will aid the doctor, and it will give a confidence factor to the patient as well as to the caretaker. So this is a very interesting area for exploring. After the surgery is done, we need to support the post-surgery phase also. Now, how do I support the post-surgery phase? The patient leaves the hospital after the discharge, and to avoid traveling or to take care of the proper treatment happens at the right time, we can have a model being developed with AI, wherein I need to consult the doctor after a fortnight or a month or so or something. So we developed a model to book appointments, analyze the test results, model 2. Model 3 is inform the patients and the stakeholders, that is the caretakers, regarding what is the mode of payment, what is the payment. All these details can be informed in this model 3. However, this model 1, model 2, model 3 needs suppose if the patient is not illiterate or if the patient is not able to use smart gadgets, the caretaker can do all these. So this was the idea. There might be a question, is this suffixed to all the people across the country? Definitely, it might not be suffixing all the people, because most of us might not be, okay, we might be capable of using a smartphone, but how to retrieve information from that or how to speak to the app we might not be that illiterate. So the caretaker can caretake of all these, or any assistants can take care. So 3 models can be built to book appointments, to analyze the test results, or to inform the patients or the caretakers regarding the payments, or regarding the consultation, or regarding the get back after fortnight or get back after 1 month or something like that. Okay, so this can be developed using AI platforms. Okay, so this is model 1, model 2, and model 3. Model 1 takes care of appointment booking. The appointment booking can have 2 inputs. One is the details about the patient, where he is located, what was the problem he was associated, and all his personal details. Okay, so this can be keyed in. This can be keyed in. A best example today is M-Fine. Another best example is Practo also. There are so many other platforms, but a mimic of that we tried, so that we can have an exclusive model of our own. Okay, we are trying this for our own campus. Let us see later on. Okay, so with the patient's details, with the location, with his nature of problem, when did he undergo the surgery, what was it, and all these informations can be keyed in. The doctor at the hospital or anywhere in the remote area also, the doctor reveals all this information or gets all these informations based on the availability and based on the access, where he is available, which hospital or where he is available. The doctor can respond, or I can have administrative interface which can inform all these to the doctors, or the doctors can directly speak to the patients. Okay, so based on that, appointments can be booked. Okay, so this is model 1. Coming to model 2. The analysis model of the test results. Okay, the analysis model, I need 2 sources. One is the diagnostic and the pro-diagnostic informations, like your images, be it your X-ray, your surgery, your blood tests, your MRIs. And the other one is if I want to take any decisions. For example, I need to take decisions whether the surgery can be done immediately, or it can be taken care after a fortnight or after a week or something like that. So based on that, I can do the analysis of the test results, but definitely I cannot take a call individually. It has to be done with a hospital. Okay, but unfortunately, all of us try to take individual calls. We become doctors, which is really dangerous. Okay, fine. So this analysis of the test results can be done in model 2, and you can interpret and come to a conclusion. You can take a second opinions. All these can be done using this second model. Coming to the third model, it supports in payments. This is very, very interesting. This can be, this we have collaborated with the MBA people also, the business administration people. For example, if you look at JD Morgan, the Morgan Group, they are into business analytics with the insurance sector. Recently, they have come out with analyzing more than thousands of legal documents. It will extract information, or it will decide regarding the insurance payment in fraction of seconds. If you look at the Morgan Group, they have come out with this model excellently, how to analyze huge records of insurance records, medical insurance records, and the sanction of the amount happening on time. Their models are really wonderful, Morgan Group. Okay, so model 3 supports in payments. It's payments not only to the hospitals, it's payment through the insurance companies, it is payment for the drugs, or it is payment for the hospitals direct. Okay, it can be the appointment bills, it can be the doctor bills, it can be any of these payments associated with the pre or post surgery operations. Okay, and I get an information how much to pay, who to pay, and when should I pay. So this is my third model. The third model is supported by the MBA group also. Okay, so this was our fourth case study, mimicking the surgical skill and supporting in post-surgery, developing conceptual models for booking the appointments or analyzing the test results or keeping the patients updated about the payments and the mode of payments. Okay. So that was that one, and this was developing. Okay, continuation to that, continuation to the fourth case study. It was to develop mobile apps for all the three models, and a user-friendly app to take care of model 1, model 2, and model 3. These were the mobile applications. Okay, so this is where the engineering people come into developing mobile apps, developing these three models. Okay, the pharmaceutical people give us complete support of the surgical skill informations. So both together can develop this model effectively. Okay. So that was our fourth case study. So we have covered four case studies. Any clarifications? I'll take up the questions. Now, this is what we felt after 3 to 4 years and looking at the market today. To summarize, if you look at today's healthcare sector, the driving entity, what I look at the healthcare sector is the data. The data, when I say, it's the health records. The health records, be it hematology reports or be it the scans, basically. These are the major important data. The MRI scans. When you talk of one MRI scan, to process one MRI scan, I take 2 days. If I go to a hospital and I go for a scan, they give me a report tomorrow. Okay, if I'm reachable to the hospital and if it's available, the facility is quickly available. Okay, so when I talk of how the hospitals can take care of this large patients with the scans, the X-rays, how do I store all these? How do I process all these? The time is shorter, the number of patients are more, the demand is huge. How do I cater all these? Okay, so data today is the driving factor in the healthcare sector, and it also talks of the security of the data also. We have seen these scandals happening. Okay, so data is the buzzword or is the key driving factor in the healthcare today. Fine. Now, looking at this artificial intelligence or the machine learning or deep learning technologies, there's a huge demand for these technologies, AI, ML, and DL, both in the pharmaceutical research as well as in the healthcare research. The demand is huge because it is penetrating. Without our knowledge, we are not aware of whether we start with AI, we close it with AI, but it's penetrated deeply, and today 85% of the healthcare sectors have started adopting AI. If you look at the current statistics, the recent last week statistics also, 85% of the healthcare organizations, when I say healthcare organizations, it can be your clinical labs, it can be your production houses, it can be anything. Okay, 85% of them have picked up or have been have adopted AI for right from drug discovery to your drug repurposing also. Clinical trials, medical devices or diagnosis, for all of them, they have picked up AI. So there's a huge demand for these technologies, as well as a huge demand for talent in this particular technologies. Definitely, it has aided the engineering stream also, and it's a win-win situation for the pharmaceutical people also. Okay, so there's a huge demand for these technologies, talents in the pharmaceutical and the healthcare industries. Okay, because of this interconnection between these enabling technologies and the healthcare, we call it as, or we view it as a new interdisciplinary industry called as data-driven healthcare. Okay, and definitely this has given rise to, or it has given a pathway for number of AI-driven startups emerging out, and a huge placement opportunity for both the engineering stream as well as the pharmaceutical streams. Okay, so this is a brief of what we have done in the last 2-3 years in our artificial intelligence laboratory at Acharya Institute of Technology. Okay, I welcome all of you. Anytime when you come down to Bangalore, please visit our laboratory, and hope we connect with Raipur for any of the research collaborations with respect to clinical research, or with respect to medical devices, or any diagnosis related works. Okay, some of the references I've just quoted. So this is a brief of how AI can be used in healthcare. That's it. I would like to take up questions from you. Mohan sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
I request the participants to pose their questions.
Sahati? Yeah, dear participants, Madam is here today for all of us regarding AI in healthcare. So, if at all you want to interact with Madam directly, unmute yourself and you can talk to Madam.
Any questions, sir? I can support of how AI can be used for you. That is my answer. How AI can support AI or IoT or cloud can support the pharmaceutical research or pharmaceutical projects for your students or for your faculty.
Good morning, madam.
Yes, sir. Sanath, sir.
Myself, Dr. Sanath Kumar, I'm from KL College of Pharmacy, Hubli.
Sir, I'm not hearing you.
Myself, Dr. Sanath Kumar from KL College of Pharmacy, Hubli, madam.
Sir, can you put your question on the chat? There's some echo coming from your end.
Madam, am I audible right now?
Yeah, please.
Madam, my question is, as you are given very good examples how AI is going to help us.
Yeah.
Do you have any model or do you have any experience on the
You're not audible, sir.
application adherence can be improved by using AI technology?
Excuse me, Sanath sir. Excuse me, Sanath sir. The voice is not clear. Can you just type the question in the question box or chat box so that we can ask the question to madam?
So please type your question, sir, shortly.
Sure.
I'll understand it. I'll answer you.
Yeah. Okay, madam. Thank you. Madam, am I audible right now?
Yeah. Now you're audible, sir.
Yeah. Madam, I just wanted to know that is there any AI model which you have come across your own experience where it is going to improve the patient medication adherence in Indian scenario?
Medication awareness, sir.
Adherence means the patient taking behavior of medicines. For example, if we write 10 tablets for a chronic disease, like
you can type your question in the chat box. It is not audible.
Sir, I understood your question, Mr. Sanath. Dr. Sanath, I understood your question of how to choose the best one, right?
No, madam. How to know that whether patient is taking all the medications which are prescribed by the physician?
Okay, I want to monitor whether the patient is taking all the medications, right, sir?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
I just gave you an example of the recent one wherein Alzheimer patient, whether he has taken or not, how to have the sensing technology and locate it to the caretaker whether the patient has taken the medicines or not. Okay, that is one simple example. There are other examples wherein AI models are developed to see your status of you.
Yes, madam.
Okay, to see, for example, the patient is in a remote location. I want to know whether the patient has taken the medicine. I can know his status of medical health, and based on that, I can predict what are the medicines he has taken. Like, for example, I said the surgical skill mimicking, no? I can mimic after 6 months what will be his health details. Okay, like that, I can mimic his health record on a fortnight basis. I can develop AI models to mimic his status and in turn tell me that these medicines have given this effect. It's definitely,
Okay, thank you so much.
it's definitely possible. It's available, sir.
Hello.
They are doing.
Okay, thank you so much, madam.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, madam. Very good morning. I am Dr. Anuj from SGRR University, Department of Pharmacy Practice. Hello.
Great, sir.
Yeah, madam, you are from the electronic background and you have done a very, very good work and your session was really excellent, madam.
Sir,
Just
I have a very beautiful team with me, sir.
Yeah, definitely, madam. Yeah.
And my faculty and research scholars.
Ma'am, I would like to know that how the artificial intelligence could work in the proper selection of drug therapy in any category of the disease, for any segment of the disease, how it will be useful.
Drug therapy, I can do a very good, sir, we have very good predictive models in artificial
Okay.
intelligence. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
apply predictive models for your drug therapy.
Okay.
Precision medicine and drug therapy choosing is very good with predictive models, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, have you worked upon this?
Sir,
Any of your student?
Yes, sir.
Has any student of yours have worked on this model, madam?
No. We have not done, but we have tried with Alzheimer, wherein we have built models to give the best results.
Okay, madam. Thank you, ma'am. Your session was very, very informative, madam.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
It all depends upon how, see, for example, it all depends upon how robust models you develop, how the models understand or adapt itself for the different health scenarios. For example, see, if I'm a patient, my health details might not match what it was yesterday. So there is dynamic in me. So my model also has to adapt. So I have to be careful when I.
Yeah. So we have to create a different models for the
for this. Not different. Adaptive models.
Adaptive models.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
What will be the appropriate cost to develop AI module? Sir, the cost will be only. It's an open platform, sir. So this is the beauty of AI. It's open platform. I'm not going to pay for any softwares. I only need a very good system with me. I need to train myself with AI. That's it, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Most of the platforms are open source. Okay. Is there any AI model which?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, good morning. This is Ramalingam. How are you?
How are you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Because in the beginning I could not join because I was having little work, and so by the time when I joined and you started your session, so I was able to interact at the end.
Okay. Yeah, good, sir. Sir, Dr. Shilpi has asked a question. Is there any AI model which can help old patients having trouble in walking to move inside houses without any trouble? I can have exoskeletons, madam, to support. Preeti Sagar has asked, can you please name some predictive models? Okay, in the second session, you will be having in-depth of the predictive models, the different classification, regression, or clustering models. She will be looking into, madam, the details of it. And let me also be thankful for the government of Karnataka, which has supported us also in this research work also. We have been supported by the science and vision groups for developing our AI labs. So let me thank them first and my team for this learning journey. That's it. Any other questions? Preeti Sagar has asked, how can pharmacy people collaborate with you? Ma'am, you talk of protein analysis or DNA analysis or diabetic analysis. You please connect, give us the pharmaceutical details and support us for how to analyze the data and what is this data, we will build the models for you. That is engineering and pharmacy collaboration. You have to give us the complete anatomy, or you have to give us the complete structure of any of the anatomy of humans or pets or anybody. We build the AI models for you. You give us the complete insight of the medical terminologies and the variants on the medical terminologies, ma'am. That's it. Is it possible to create models? Yes, ma'am, we have created it. Cancers, yes, classification of cancers. I had put it in my slide, I think so. Yes, and we have tried to build computer diagnostics for these cancer detections, wherein we can try to work on how to reduce the false positives. Need your contact details, ma'am. I'll put in, ma'am. I'll just type it here.
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, Preeti Sagar here.
Yes, yeah, Preeti, ma'am. Yeah, please.
Ma'am, I'm a research scholar. Ma'am, I just wanted to know, you said that you have created cancer models. Can you please explain, or if you can share them, it will be a great help for me in my research, ma'am.
Yeah, please connect to me, ma'am. My mail ID is there and my phone number is there.
Okay, ma'am, I'll call you or I will contact you, ma'am. Can you please help me?
Sure, definitely. Pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I hope I have not bored you. Thank you, Ramlingam sir and Mohan sir. If there are no questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, please visit Bangalore. When you visit Bangalore, kindly step into our laboratory. Thank you and stay safe, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you joining with us and explaining how artificial intelligence will help in healthcare, and explaining the examples, how you have worked and how you have integrated artificial intelligence in healthcare sector. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
So participants, you could be there in the same meeting. The very next session starts by 11 o'clock by artificial intelligence researcher K.R. Kritika madam. Please stay. Madam will be joining right now. Sahajji?
Yes, sir.
Madam have joined.
Okay, sir.
We can proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good morning, participants. For our second session speaker is Dr. Kritika Madam, artificial intelligence researcher. Madam has completed her BE in EC in Visvesvaraya Technological University, Karnataka, and MTech in Visvesvaraya Technological University, and is pursuing her PhD on diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease based on structural MRI using machine learning in Visvesvaraya Technological University. After her education, Madam has worked in the past as assistant professor in VVCE Mysore and SKIT Bangalore, and as intern in VMware Software Solutions Private Limited, and as visiting researcher in Cosmonet Solutions, and is currently associated with Acharya Institute of Technology. Madam has secured gold medal in Masters in Information Technology at VTU and has received Best Outgoing Student Award from college for excellent all-round performance. Madam has organized various technical talks for students at Acharya Institute of Technology and is associated with as a project assistant with Telerat company at AIT Bangalore. And Madam has published 4 articles in various national and international journals and has attended various conferences and workshops and has organized a winter school on Python programming and IoT and summer school on machine learning, OpenCV and deep learning. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Kritika Madam to share her knowledge.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so I'll share my screen. Yeah, so presently I'm working as a AI researcher in Sandlogic Technologies, Bangalore. So I have completed my PhD in the classification of Alzheimer's disease using structural MRI images using machine learning under the guidance of Dr. Rajeshwari in the Acharya Institute of Technology under Vishesha Technological University. Yeah, so I'm keeping this session completely technical. So as Madam has given the overall application or the overall background of AI in healthcare, so I am proceeding with, irrespective of the field, whether it is on healthcare, pharmacy or retail, any kind of industry, we need the technical understanding of the understanding of this machine learning. Apart from that domain knowledge, this is very much important so that we can actually map the use cases and select the suitable algorithm or the method for that. Hope I'm audible. Any disturbances, please let me know. Okay? Yeah. So I'm audible, right? No issue. Okay. So agenda I'm keeping as machine learning, types of machine learning, getting started with machine learning with algorithms, metrics of machine learning, and I'll also introduce some details of what is deep learning, and the case study with respect to deep learning I have chosen as brain tumor detection and the COVID localization in X-ray images. So keeping time in constraint, more or less it will be like understanding the terminologies and the overall processing of machine learning. So my other friends will carry out the use cases and other applications of these algorithms in various, they have actually chosen the pharmacy related use case only. Okay, so hope you have understood what is the machine learning here. So it's just to coin the term, it is a field of study that gives computers the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. That is, it is like mimicking a human intelligence to a computer. Okay, so how different is actually from the regular programming or any of as a regular computer program. So this diagram actually differentiates that. So let's say I want to write a program to operate two numbers, addition or subtraction, any of the two. For that I should write a logic and I should have a data related to that. So when I give these to the computer, I will get the output, right? So this is a traditional programming. So when it comes to the machine learning, what are the two inputs we should consider giving to the system is, it is the data and the output. So I will explain more what is the data and output, but computer is giving out the program, okay? Okay, so different terminologies to understand the overall machine learning process is the model. A model is a specific representation learned from data by applying some machine learning algorithms. Okay, so to build the model, it is like a hypothesis. To build that hypothesis, we should consider different machine ML algorithms. Okay, so what are the features? So what is this feature means? Some measurable property of our data. Okay. To solve any of the problem, we require a structured or either the structured or unstructured data. So anything it can be measurable, and those are that represents the properties or the attributes of the data is called as a feature. Okay. Just for example, in order to predict a fruit, just consider I want to predict I can directly relate as a small baby has to or a child has to identify the pineapple and the banana. In that case, when the child can relate the fruits either with the color, smell, taste, etc. Right? So these color, smell, taste, etc. are considered as a feature. Okay. So what is the target label? So the target label, as I told, what we want to classify or what is the output of the problem. Okay. So the target variable or label is the value to be predicted by our model. So as I told, I've taken very simple as a fruit example. Later on, as we proceed, I'll take something related to other different use cases. Okay. So if I consider a problem of classifying or identifying the fruit, whether apple, orange, banana, etc. So these terms, that is the orange, apple, orange, banana, are called the target variable, and the features are the attributes which can measure or which can differentiate these outputs or the labels are called the features. Okay. So the idea is to give two set of inputs and its expected output. Okay. So the training means the child has to be trained with the various samples of fruits, right, with a different attributes or the features associated with it, right? So the training is we have to tell the model we have to input the model the different attributes along with the mapping of attributes to the output. Okay, so this is the overall training process. Okay, what is the prediction? So whenever there is a new sample coming up or whenever there is a new example is given to the model or is given to the child or the model should able to identify its label. That is, it has to identify the target variable. Okay, so this is the overall process of a machine learning. So things will be cleared when we take the much more examples. So feel free to interrupt with me, in between through the queries in the chat. So I can take it together at the end. So there are different types of learning in machine learning. So what are they? Supervised learning and then unsupervised learning and semi-supervised learning. So depending upon the way we actually give the data to the model, we can classify the overall learning process into 3 types. Okay. So supervised learning is model is getting trained on a labeled data set. So if I consider here whether the person will purchase the item or not, for that there are some user IDs and gender, age, salary. The person attributes are these are the person attributes. Okay. To solve any of the problem, we should have a data and the particular attributes and their target variable. Okay. So here in case of wind speed, to identify what is to predict the wind speed, there are different attributes. So the temperature, pressure, relative humidity, wind direction. Okay. So these are the different measurable properties of the wind, right? So these are considered or these are measured and those values are tabulated. So temperature, pressure, relative humidity, wind direction. So keeping these values and mapping these values to the target wind speed, right? So here the output value is if the input is having the value this one and the gender male, age 19 and the salary 19, the purchase is 0, means no purchase. 1 means that person may purchase depending upon his inputs, right? So this is like the wind speed. I want to predict the wind speed at particular time, right? So how I can predict? It depends upon the temperature, pressure, relative humidity, wind direction. Okay. So if if in the data set itself, while giving the data to the model, if you have the data in this format, like you have an input, these are the inputs and the target variable, right? So this is called the supervised learning. Okay. Fine. So in the supervised learning, there are two types. As I told you here, there are two types. The first case is the classification, like you're classifying it as the purchased or not. Like 0 means purchased, 0 means not purchased, 1 means purchased. Here I am predicting the speed of the, so the output is either the output is a continuous value. Here the output is a discrete value, where in the case of classification. So what is classification? It is supervised learning task where output is having defined labels, right? That, as I told you, the discrete values, the output is just a discrete values. Purchased as defined as 0 or 1. 1 means the customer will purchase, 0 means the customer won't purchase. So this type of classification task are called, this type of grouping is called the classification model. Okay, so some more other examples are, you can see that in the Gmail it classifies your mail into different categories by itself. Okay, so this is one more example for classification. Similarly, the regression. So regression means it is a supervised learning task where output is having continuous value. So as I told, in the wind speed is not having a discrete values. Also the predicting of a stocks, the present or the today's stock value, the prediction of the price values depending upon the prediction of the house value depending upon the different categories. Okay. So this is the regression problem. So either it is a classification or regression problem, we should have a model or the hypothesis. The hypothesis is defined by the algorithms. So there are different methods like a linear regression, nearest neighbor, Gaussian naive Bayes, decision tree, support vector machine, random forest. I have listed most of the algorithms commonly used for either the classification or regression for a supervised task. So coming to the other part of type of machine learning, the unsupervised task, right? The unsupervised learning means is training of machine using information that is neither classified nor labeled. Means you don't have the target variable. So I have a dump of data. Depending upon some pattern, similarity, or some nature of the data, I can group it into different categories, right? So here obviously the unsupervised learning is more challenged than the supervised learning due to the absence of data, absence of the label, in particular the absence of label. Okay, so the types of unsupervised learning is clustering and association. So I'll give you the examples later on. So clustering problem is where you want to discover grouping in the data, such as grouping customers by purchasing behavior, right? So whether this group of people have if this group of people are purchasing the similar items in an Amazon platform, then depending on the purchase pattern, I can group that as a level 1 customers kind of thing, or level 2 customers. So all these can be used for some other analysis. Okay, all these are I can consider the data analysis. So the way the data is available, we will categorize into different learning problem. Okay, the next one is the kind of association, where you want to discover rules that describe large portion of your data, such as people that buy X also tend to buy Y. Okay, some association from the previous records, we can have the assumptions, right? Okay, next one is the semi-supervised learning. So semi-supervised is, see this if you follow the diagram, so you have some label data. This label data is used to train the model. Okay, once the model knows the attributes and the label, it can actually map this model can be used to map the unknown or the unlabeled data, and it can actually predict the labels for the data. Okay, so this is a semi-supervised, like only part of data is labeled. Using that information, we can have the labeling for the, or we can have the, we can predict the values for the unlabeled data. Okay, so this is one more type of learning. So before we actually choose which model to apply, we should understand the data. Okay, so this diagram will understand, will give you the overall different types of learnings available. So there are three types of learning. One is supervised, where just I can give an analogy, like a student is under the supervision of a teacher at home and school. Okay, so that is for the supervised learning. So the first diagram, that is the labeled data. Labeled data, right? So all these data belongs to one category, and all the triangle belongs to the other category. Here also labeled and unlabeled data, right? Labeled means this, and unlabeled means you just have that some patterns or some data available. So depending upon the some properties, we can group the data into different classes or the categories. Okay, so this is about different types of learning and the regression. More about the regression. So we will consider one or two algorithms which actually is used to solve the regression or the classification problem. Okay, so regression, as I told, the output will be like a continuous value. So it is more commonly used in the finance, investing, and other disciplines, where it identifies the strength of the relation between one dependent variable and a series of other changing variables or independent variables. Okay, so simple regression, we shall consider the simple regression for now. So let us say that as I told, I'll keep that more technically. So if I have these values, let's say these are the prices of a stock. Okay, so what is let's not for prices of a stock I require more things. So let us keep that completely for the mathematical point of view. So if this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis. So in the x-axis, I have different values. Okay, so depending upon x-axis is our input. So given the input, I had to predict the output. Okay, so let's say how we had to establish a relation from the x and the y. How to establish a relation? So using a linear equation. So this line actually fits the data. Not exactly, but some approximation. So we call this as a hypothesis. This line is actually mapping the x to the y. So y is equal to b0 plus b1x. b0 is the constant, and b1 is the slope of this line and the x-intercept. Okay, so in this independent variable, dependent variable, like this, whatever I showed you, right, in the wind example, or in the wind example, the speed of the wind, I had to predict the speed of the wind as a y, right? So in that I had taken 4 values. Here for 4 values as the input, but to have the visualization in 2-dimensional, you have to consider only the one measure. Let's say the speed of the wind as the y-axis, and the pressure or the temperature. Okay, we'll consider only temperature of the wind. Okay, given the temperature of the wind, what is the speed of that wind? We have to predict the speed of the wind. Okay, given the temperature, what is the speed of the wind? Okay, so this is a simple linear regression. So if you want to implement this, okay, I have one more example here, like, so CO2 emission. So depending upon the engine size, cylinders, fuel consumption, what is the CO2 emission? So these examples are easy to understand the overall process. That's what we have used this one. So engine size. So as I told, I'll consider only the engine size. I have plotted all the engine size values along the x-axis. and the emission, CO2 emission. Given the engine size, what is the CO2 emission? Okay, so I have plotted all the values. Only the first column values are plotted here over the x-axis, right? So let's say at 2.4 as the engine size, 2.4 as the engine size. What is the using the mapping of this line? I can predict the output, that is the CO2 emission. So given the x value, what is the output value? Okay. So in order to implement this as a machine learning problem, I had to find out the values of, or I have to draw this straight line. Okay. So given this as a background, we have many libraries available. Afternoon sessions, they will introduce you to the different libraries and other tools available to solve these kind of problems. Okay. So so this is a simple line of codes. This is actually written in Python. So we need a programming language to implement any of these ML algorithms. Okay. So but we not have to worry much. We just have to define the which method we have to use. So finding the value of the slope and x-intercept of the line will be taken automatically by the library. Okay. So multiple linear regression. So as we saw, the line is not actually a correct fit for this data, right? So there are some data, there is a deviation, right? If all the values are mapped exactly in the straight line, then we can just say that our hypothesis is accurate, or it is 100%, right? So, but there is some deviation. What is the deviation? That is the distance from this point to this line. But right, the actual value is this one, but the predicted value for this value is this. So if you see this, all the line of all the points in this line, right? So at x is equal to 3, what is the output emission value? Output emission value is around 240, right? But there are, at x is equal to 3, the output values are varying from around 170 to 320, I can say. But our prediction is saying it is 260 only for this range of values, right? So now how? Okay, multiple linear regression means, as I told, we have just considered the only one column values, but we have other attributes also, right? So the other attributes are cylinders, fuel consumption, CO2 emission. For CO2 emission, all the three has to be considered. So if I want to consider all the three, it will be like 4-dimensional, x1, x2, x3, and this will be the y. So we can map those kind of data also using multiple linear regression. Okay, but we can't actually visualize that for a 4-dimensional values, right? So these are the coefficients and this is the random variable. Using this equation, we can solve the multi-regression problem. So given these values, so whenever if we have a model, if we define a model for these values, given the input which has engine size, cylinders, fuel consumption, we can predict the CO2 emission. Okay. So as I told, with 4 lines of code, we can actually implement this. So next comes the data. Let's say the data pattern is not linear, or it is not a good fit for the data. So these are some x values, that is only one attribute values, blue points, and we are trying to fit the values. Means we are trying to hypothesize the value, or we are trying to build a model for these values. But straight line is not so suitable. That's what I told. We have to visualize the data and we have to see the properties of the data before we model that data. Okay, before we apply machine learning algorithm, we have to understand the data. So the data can be from various form. Okay, it can be with different application, different problem. So this here this data is clearly kind of polynomial. So we can use the polynomial regression algorithm. Okay, so let us not go more detail about the other. So like that we have decision tree regression. If the data is not either the linear or polynomial, we can go with some other algorithms, the decision tree and the random forest regression. So these are different methods of modeling the data. Methods of modeling the data means all this model tries to establish a relation from x value to y value. That is, it defines a function from y is equal to f of x. So y is your output, the desired output value, f is the function. In the linear regression case, f is a linear straight line and x are the attributes or the features of the data. Okay, so all the regression model is trying to map the input to the output using the function f. So that function f can be any of these algorithms. So all these algorithms will be same for irrespective of the data, but depending upon the pattern of the data or depending upon the either the data is linear, polynomial or in any other kind of distribution of the data. Okay, depending upon the distribution of the data, we can choose different algorithms. Okay, then comes a logistic regression. So as I told you, for classification problem, we can go with, we have to choose some other types of algorithms. One such simplest form is a logistic regression. Okay, so this is similar to the linear regression thing. So what are these logistic regression model tries to solve is like a probability of a certain class or event existing, such as pass or fail, win or lose, alive, dead, healthy, sick, whether the person is healthy or sick. So if I want to classify the person is healthy or sick, or person is COVID or not COVID, so depending upon the different symptoms of the disease, right? So this can be extended to model several classes. Means instead of having the two classes, we can have like the fruits or the categorizing the animals, right? So multi-class problem. Okay, so we actually use the encode values like to win or lose, healthy or non-healthy, we can use the 0 and 1. Okay, so multinomial, as I told, 0, 1, 2, 3 kind of thing, ordinal values we can use it. Fine. So depending upon the tumor size, we will classify it as whether a tumor is malignant or benign. Okay, how do you develop a classification algorithm? So tumor size versus malignancy. So if the tumor size is very small, whether it is malignant, no. If it is very large, malignant, yes. So this is how we can do actually. I am plotting all the tumor size over the x-axis. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 values. So I will plot all the values over the x-axis. Fine. And I'll draw a straight line, my hypothesis. Okay, so let us assume this is the hypothesis. Fine. So whenever there is a new data, so new data is, let's say this pointed in this dot represents a new data. Okay. Okay. Let us consider this as a midpoint over the x-axis first. Then we will choose this as the example. Okay. So this, if this is the center point, so 0 and the 1 value, it is the in middle is the 0.5, right? So I'm just keeping the threshold. Anything above this 0.5 can be considered grouped as the bigger size. Anything below 0.5 it can be grouped as smaller size. Means not a malignant. Okay. So this is a pure classification problem. So for this problem, so I had to define the model or the hypothesis. My hypothesis is this one. Okay. My hypothesis is theta t of x, nothing but the equation of a straight line. Okay. Anything over some values is yes, else no. Particular inputs, we are able to solve it properly, right? So given the values given the 8 values, using this hypothesis, I can say that anything above 0.5 can be classified as yes, anything below this can be classified as no. Okay. So this is the hypothesis. So what is that equation? Hypothesis equation is, it is nothing but a sigmoid function. So sigmoid function is 1 divided by 1 plus e to the power of minus z. So if you input the values of x, you will get either it is like a curved value, right? Fine. So this is the hypothesis for logistic regression. So all these are basic maths only. Okay. So using the simple regular sigmoid function or a logistic function, we can implement one kind of classification problem, very simple classification problem. Okay. So as I told, okay. So this is what I wanted to tell. So if x is a feature vector with x is equal to 0, x is equal to 1, as always, x1 is the tumor size, right? The feature is considered the tumor size. So if the hypothesis is output of the hypothesis 0.7, what is that value representing? It says that 70% chance of tumor being malignant, means chances 70% chances is being the malignant, right? Given the value of y, given the value of x, and the output predicted is 1 for the value of theta. Probability that's what here we can also combine this with a statistical probability that y is equal to 1 given x parameterized by theta. Okay. So what is that theta? Following must be true, right? Again, the same things are explained with respect to more of understanding of the sigmoid function. This is just a regular mathematical expression analysis. Okay. So consider, so if I want to plot that as two different values, like I have two different properties, that is x and x2, I want to categorize, right? I want to have a hypothesis or a decision surface so that it divides the two classes into either the malignant or benign, right? So for different values of theta naught, theta 1, so the parameters for different values of this, for the different parameters or the different we call this as actually the hyperparameters. So I can say that these are the hyperparameters, that is we will be inputting these values randomly so that the line actually fits as a decision boundary in between the data. Okay. So just you can try like varying the values of this equation for theta naught, theta 1, theta 2 with the various values. So it's like you are moving the straight line in a different position, right? So when you find y is equal to 1, okay, fine. So as I told, it is a supervised method, meaning the training set, when you give the input to the model, will have the input categories and y is the target value, the output, right? So x0, x1, x1 is all the attributes or the features, okay, and y is the output target value, right? So this actually is a representation of our data and the model, okay, and this is the hypothesis. We had to find the value of theta, means we had to find the proper hyperparameter values such that it actually fits the data or fits the circle in this way, right? So for that, this theta value should be we have to determine the theta value. As I told you, it is a hyperparameter, means we can do it randomly. Let us input some 0 value, 1 value and all. For the corresponding of x value, what is the y value will get. You can try this with the random values, but we should be able to get the final proper straight line of the circle, so that it actually divides our data, right? So we call this as a cost function. So the main aim of this cost function is, so you have to choose the theta value such that the predicted value and the actual value should be minimum. Okay, so we call this as a cost function. Okay, so yeah, so these are all x value, y value. So this is the cost function should actually minimize the should minimize this curve. Okay, so I will not go very much detail of this mathematical. Okay, keeping the time in the constraint. So the main purpose is to find the straight line or the circle for this particular case. Okay, so we have different methods of choosing the cost function. We call it as a cost function. Cost function is nothing but the difference between the predicted value and the actual value. Okay, this should be minimum. Fine. So yeah, so gradient descent, these are all the different algorithms in order to divide the data into different categories. Okay, so instead of having the binary classification, we can go for multi-class classification also. Okay, instead of having the 2 groups, we can have the three groups. Fine. So in this case also, we should have a classifier, right? So let's say this first hypothesis is a straight line which actually dividing into 2 groups. This is a straight line which actually dividing into, which is actually categorizing this group with the other 2, right? This straight line is categorizing these 2 groups with the other. And finally, you have one more line which actually categorize the group 3 with the group 1 and 2. Okay, fine. So the main purpose is to find a hypothesis so that it actually differentiate the data into different categories. Okay, fine. K nearest neighbor is one more kind of such algorithm. Okay, so next one more important, all these algorithms is actually what these algorithms are trying to find is whether the given data for example 1 and the given data for example 2, whether both are similar or not. If it is similar, it will just group into a single category. Okay, so at the base, if you say what all these algorithms are trying to do, okay, not keeping in mind that you not have to go with a very much deeper mathematics or complex things. If I want to simplify this, what all these algorithms are trying to do is, given the input values, okay, for a particular data or a particular sample, let's say sample 1, so, and the sample 2. So the sample 1 has some data attributes which are measured as age, income and education. Okay, customer 2 or sample 2 similar as the age, income, education. So these numbers are representing, education 3 can map to some degree, education 8 can map to some degree. Okay, given these values, I had to find out, or I had to group these 2 customers into a particular category. Okay, how I can do, basically what we are trying to find is how similar are these 2. Okay, so this can be measured with the similarity index. Okay, so if I use any cosine similarity index, so I am having this value, right? So I can keep some threshold, okay, some 25 as a threshold. Okay, given these values, if these 2 measures below 25, I can categorize it to class 1, above 25 class 2, above 50 class 3, above 75 class 4. Okay, So all these mathematics are actually basically trying to find the similarity between the two data points. Okay, hope that actually simplified the overall mathematic things I wanted to convey. But irrespective of the algorithm, the procedure is like you have to find the hypothesis, then finding the cost value, cost function, then finding the minimum cost value for that cost function. Okay. Okay. So given this as the input, x has some values 0, 1, 2, 3. Y is equal to x. This will map to, given this will 0 means some measure. 0 will map to class 0. 1 value will measure to class 0, 2 class 1, class 3. So given this, we can try to fit the, we can establish a relation between the x and y using some algorithm, okay, using a simple Python library codes. Okay, so what is the use of having the relation between x and y means, as I told, okay, now predict the probability of 0.9. So you have some value 0.9, you have to find, 0 and 9, you have to find whether it is belonging to the class 1 or class 2. How you can say, you just have to input that to the model and it will give you some value as the y as the output. So if that output y is near to the 0, I'll combination of those, then it can be considered as a benign, right? So this is the given data. Okay, so when I plot this data, I have plotted the data with respect to 2 columns, okay, 2 dependent variables or the 2 values, 2 columns, okay, clumps and the unit size. So if I plot, so I should have how many values actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 values. So I can't actually plot and show it as a 9-dimensional. Okay, now this is a 9-dimensional input. So I should find the hypothesis so that it actually divides into 2 groups, right? So for simplicity, I have taken 2 columns, clumps and the unit size. So if you see, all the yellows belongs to benign, all the blue belongs to malignant, right? So I should for freehand or if I want to divide these two into 2 groups, I'll draw this curve, right? So similarly, the algorithm tries to draw this curve so that it tries to fit as good as possible. Okay. During this case, if during, let's say, if I have to divide this 2 into based on the straight line, so my straight line can be somewhere like this, right? My straight line can be somewhere like this. In that, there will be some misclassification. Okay. Then my model is not so accurate. Okay, if I want to show this as a 3-dimensional, I'm considering the 3 values, right? Column 1, column 2, column 3. So it can be like this, and the decision surface will be like an hyperplane. Okay, so x, y, and z value. I have considered the value of clump, unit size, and unit shape. Okay, or I think yeah, any 3 values we can consider. Then I have to group, means in 3-dimensional space, I should have a plane to group into 2 categories, right? So the method I'm using here, or the algorithm I'm using here, is called a support vector machine. Okay, so support vector machine is actually used for multi-dimensional data. Okay, so let's say I have the data with only 1-dimensional. So how 1-dimensional data is represented as a straight line. If the data is in the 2, okay, this is like a transformation. Data is in 2-dimensional. How to make this 1-dimensional data into 2-dimensional is using some transformation. Okay, basically when you have a data of multi-dimensional data, you can use a method called support vector or machine algorithm in order to divide the data into 2 groups. Okay, if it is 4-dimensional, then it will be like a surface. not, it will be like an object or a three-dimensional object, right? So we call it as an hyperplane. Okay, similarly, there are one more like a series of thing with a naive Bayes, like a probability kind of thing. So obviously, if you have the idea, as I told, all the methods are just a different ways of defining an hypothesis. Okay. Fine. Sometimes when solving a particular problem, we actually used, we just actually see the, based on the accuracy, we select the models also, right? One way is to one way is to identify the properties of the data and the distribution of the data. And if you know all this, if you know all the algorithms understanding, then we actually select these algorithms, right? But now since we have the privilege of using the libraries, take the X data, take the Y data, use 5 different types of algorithms and see the accuracy. Okay, I'll come to the accuracy part. Yeah, clustering. Clustering means, as I told, just a grouping. We don't have the final output depending upon the some properties, like let's say in the first, all these are nearby, like I told you, the cosine similarity. So if the data points are nearby, it seems it is similar. If there are more data points like that, more data points are nearer. So let's say I have to group this into, depending upon some data sets are nearby and here also, like I can consider, like I can group into 2 groups. So same thing, if I want to make it as a multi-class classification, I can try to group all the near points into 3 different boundaries. Okay, so this is clustering. Okay, so clustering means for unsupervised data, when you don't have the target value, then it is called a unsupervised method. Fine. So what are the different procedure of training? Okay, so yeah, so you will have the total data set. I will divide it into the training set and a test set. So training set is given for the model to train. So let's say there are 100 samples. Some 80 samples I will give to the model. Okay, what the model will do? The model will receive all the 80 points and it tries to build a straight line. Okay, it will read all the 80 points and it tries to build a straight line. If straight line, so that if it is a 2-class problem, it tries to build a straight line so that all the data points above that straight line belongs to class 1, all the data points below that straight line belongs to class 2. Okay, and remaining 20 will take it to find the output for that. So we call it as a test set or for the prediction values. Okay, so given this things, I'll just go with okay, so all these are machine learning. We call all these algorithms as a machine learning. And now comes the deep learning part. So now if you go with any of the use cases, so this is like a very good, accurate or top level algorithm used to model the data. Okay, most of the problems are solved with the deep learning now. So this is also a type of algorithm which actually depends upon the size of the data available. So now we don't have those restriction, like the size is limited, the data is for a given problem is very small. No, we consider, given the problem, we have a good amount of data available from the various sources, right? Also, this is resource exhaustive. You require a very good resource in order to model the data using deep learning. So you considering that also, you have a very high computing machines available, so that we get a more generalized model. More generalized model means, let's say I have done the training with only 100 samples. Okay, in that 100 samples, 80 samples, the model has seen the 80 samples, and the 80 samples are very much related to each other, right? The 20 samples are also, since it belongs to the same groupings, or we have done the measurement under the given condition, or the given atmosphere, right? Let's say, or a given region. Let's say I have done this during this season, or during at this point of time, the measurement. When I have a data of very old time, or the from past 20 years. So when I use the data for the prediction using this model, the model may not be accurate. The model is not so generalized. It has not seen all the possible conditions, right? So as big the data is, as good your model will be. Okay. So in order to treat this large amount of data, we require a larger model, okay, which actually can understand the whole complete properties of this data. So I can say this, if I consider any NLP based models, let's say there is a BERT model, which is a language model. Language model means the model is given all the Wikipedia sources, what all the Wikipedia sources and the books available on the online, some 500 GB of data, let's say. All the data is given to the model, and the model has been trained on that much of amount of data. Okay. So when you ask something, what this language model will do, when I ask something like a question and answer, it is able to reply you back. Okay, like the usual chatbots like Alexa and all, how they have been trained. They have been trained on huge of data using different deep learning algorithms. And similarly, the deep learning algorithms are complex structures. You are seeing that for a simple linear regression, I'm having only two values. Similarly, if the data is multidimensional, more than 4-dimensional or n-dimensional data, so to build a model for that dimension of data, we require a more complex algorithm or a more generalized algorithm. So that more generalized algorithm, which can actually solve different types of data, whether it is a audio, text, or images. Okay, so this deep learning is being commonly used now. Okay, so I'll give out what is this deep learning method all about. Okay, just understanding of deep learning things. Okay, so what exactly is deep learning? I try to explain you few of the importance of deep learning, right? Why it is generally better than other methods on image, certain other types of data. It is suitable for different types of data. Either it is supervised or unsupervised, it is suitable. Okay, means what is deep learning means? Neural network. Neural network is a type of algorithm, like whatever we saw with different linear regression, random forest, decision forest, support vector machine. Similarly, it is also a type of algorithm. Okay, so what it consists of a series of layers between input and output, do featuring. Okay, it also this algorithm also tries to map the input to the output, but it has a different stages. In each stages, it tries to identify the properties of the data. Okay, so this is an analogy of how our brain works, as a human brain works. Okay, so yeah, I'll just okay. So let's say now, just to have a relate to our sigmoid function. Okay, so I have this x values, the same 3 x values, x1, x2, x3. Okay, y1, y2, y3 are the same. The bias value, x-intercept, and the slope. Fine, same as the sigmoid function. So given the x value and given the theta value, so our output will be above the 0.5 or below the 0.5. Okay, so x is equal to, so here, as I told, these are the theta values, 2.7, 0.8 and 0.002. These are, I can say, the user defined or the random values. These are actually the random values. Okay, so these are our input measurable values. So x is equal to, that is the output, f of x. F of x is equal to this function. So output is 21.34. Okay, so 21.34 is the output. of this function. What it actually does is it actually multiplies the input point minus 0.04 into 2.7 and adds these values. Okay, this is the function. The function is multiply and add. Multiply these two values, add. Multiply these two values, add. And the output is 21.34. Now the output value is given to our sigmoid function. So x value is 21.34. If you solve this, the output will be somewhere here. Okay. So overall, I'm just trying to explain what this neural network functions. Okay. So if I want to map it to our problem, so given the x values, x values, column 1, column 2, column 3, and the class 0, 0, 1, 0. What it does, it tries to give the input to the model. Sample 1, 0.1, 0.7, okay, it is there. Okay, so as I told, initialize, you have to initialize with random weights. All this connection from the node 1, we call this as a circle as a node. The connection from node 1 to node 2 has to be initialized with random weights. Okay. So input, you present the input 1.4, 2.7, 1.9. Okay, and this as the target value. So you have to give this and feed it to the output. You have to give it. So all this, what this operation will do? Operation will multiply and add at this. Okay, and what is the output you are getting? 0, 0.8, but actual desired output is 0, right? What is the error? 0 minus 0.8 is 0.8. Fine. So what we have to do? We have to change the values of this connection values, that is the weight values. We can't actually change the input values, right? We have to find the values of these weights such that these inputs are mapped to output value 0. Okay, or at least near to 0. So we have to change here. So by changing the values, okay, next value, the output is 0.9. So by changing the values, connection values in between, we are able to get the value as 0.9. 0.9 is almost near to the class 1, right? What is the error? Error is just a 0.1. So we have to keep on changing the values of the weights. How it actually does? The overall process of changing the weights for the given inputs is called the training process. Okay. Repeat this thousands, maybe millions of times, each time taking a random training instance and making slight weight adjustments. Okay. This is the basic step or the base programming steps for deep learning. Okay, so I'm not sure at what stage you understand these things, but I have made it I try to make it the things very simple to make you understand. But okay, so okay, what is the use of training the model like this? Ultimately, we get the decision boundary, which actually separates the two classes. Okay, so initial random weight. So this also represents a curve, or this actually represents a curve, right? So these are my data points. Fine. So initially random weight. Initially I will input the random weights. So after giving the next values, after changing the input values, then changing the weight values. So I'm improving, right? So improving means the model is trying to understand and differentiating the data points. Okay, it is actually finding the similarity between the data points so that it can group into different categories, right? So all the machine learning models tries to find the similarity with the data, and it tries to group the data. The overall process is called the training. Okay, see. Weight learning algorithm for this is what the neural network does. Okay, fine. So if I want to map it, or if I want to give you some more practical example for this is, the simplest example for this neural network is the MNST data set, like identifying the, so given the image, so all these are handwritten images, okay, 0 to 9 handwritten images. Let's say we have some 60,000 samples like this handwritten images, okay. So the model has to train on these images. It is not like, see, if you observe here, it is a handwritten images, image, saved images, okay, 60,000 images are there. So I will train the model, or I will train the computer machine, so that it understands the pattern of 0 and 9 through the images, okay. So you can see 0 can be written by various, each person or the 0 can be written in various forms, right? 1, 2, 3. It is not, I am saying that all the zeros are not same, all the ones are not same. So these are the different structure or pattern of the data. So the neural network should understand these different structure of the, or the pattern of the data, and given the image, it has to output whether the image is a 0 image or a 1. It has to output as a 0, 1, 2, 3, up 9. It identifies, see, finally, this is what it try to identifies the pattern from the image and give you the output. Fine. So given the image, so image is nothing but a collection of pixels. Okay, how collection of pixel means, each I can consider as image has some grid kind of thing, some boxes. Each boxes will have the values. Let's say black and white image means wherever there is no, wherever there is this blank, all the blanks are 0. All the blacks are 1, means the values. Okay, so this we have to give it to the model. So the model will try to understand the patterns and the dark area in the top left corner. These are all properties of the pattern. So in this image of size, so at this there is a strong signal for a dark area in the top left corner. So it actually tries to understand the different patterns from each of the images. Okay, we have some these many images, right? So it tries to understand the pattern from each of the image. Okay, so this is what the idea or the background between background technology algorithm between the face recognition or bit any object classification and the identification algorithms. Okay, strong positive weight. Okay, so vertical lines, where are the vertical lines in this complete, it groups all the patterns with the vertical lines, all the patterns with the horizontal lines, small circles. Okay, so like that the model will try to keep the patterns in the form of weights. Okay, so this, for this type of problem, so the first layer may identify some horizontal lines in the overall in the data, right? In the second, it can identify all the, it can remember all the vertical lines, circles, or some shapes. So we have a different layers of understanding the pattern in an image. Okay, so similarly our brain also works in the similar pattern. So but yeah, so this is how in each correct. So train this first layer. So training is nothing but initializing the weights or the connection between the first layer and the second layer, and trying to map the input and the output. Okay, hope you are understanding what I meant. Okay, so more advanced kind of thing. This is the basics of neural network. Most advanced means the present neural networks, the present or the whatever the face recognition models and all are based on the CNN. Okay. So some patterns, as I told, I have a picture. I have to identify the beak. Depending by knowing the pattern of the beak, I can say this bird belongs to what is the bird name. Okay, so I had to, this computer or the machine has to identify the pattern or properties of the beak. Okay, so beak will be taken, only the beak region is given. So beak region can be represented with some numbers. Beak detector, okay, can represent a small with few parameters, right? So I can, depending upon this, I can identify, right? So there will be an input, and the beak detector, the whatever the small region I showed with the beak detector, it will have these pixel values. 0 means dark, 1 means white, 6x6 image. Okay, I will have the filter. So these filters are used to identify whether there is an horizontal line, vertical line, or a circle, or some patterns. Okay, so how these are are learned? So let's see the operation. We actually use a operation called convolution for this. So it is nothing but a dot product of the filter with the pixel values. Okay, so dot product. So this operation, I think afternoon other person will do, but anyway, this is how it actually calculates. Each network, this filter will be on top of it, and dot product. That is the dot product is nothing but multiply and add, and with the corresponding values in each of this 3x3 block. Okay, see, it actually trying to identify the similar pattern. See this straight line, see these values are 3 and 3, so it means there is a straight line. Repeat this for each filter like this. If there is a color image, RGB, for different RGB structure, we have to use this filter, and we want to identify the properties. Basically, we are trying to extract the features, whatever the attributes I was mentioning previously in the machine learning. Here I am not defining any attributes. Directly I am trying to give the image to the model. The model is trying to identify, okay, in the image there is any straight line, in the image there is any curve, circle. The model itself is identifying these properties like color, size, okay, shape, texture, so that it can group the similar objects together. It can understand the pattern or the properties of an object, right? Fine. See, all these are the operations. The whole scene. So given the cat image, so there will be convolution operation. Okay. So it will not be always convolution. If you multiply this, the network will be very large, and the multiplication values, the weight and the model parameters we call, all the values will be very large. So in between we have some limiting some other factors to consider. So some other layers, max pooling and other comes, and finally the model is able to identify it as a cat or a dog. So given the image, it does a series of operation of convolution. In this convolution layer, actually it is trying to identify the patterns, properties. Okay, what is max pooling I have given? Maybe I'll share this for the and the subsampling. So the size of the image also should be small. Otherwise, as I told, the model parameters, the values to be stored will be very large. Okay, so in between we have some other operations. Okay, pooling means reducing the size of the input. Convolution. So repeating these structures, we'll have a larger and a multi-layer neural network, so that we can solve different kinds of applications. Okay, also in the speech, what we are doing, we are giving the spectrogram of a speech. Okay, so this is a very basic introduction for deep learning. So as I told, considering the background, I have tried to combine the different things here. Okay, just to have just on 5 minutes, just to have a complete training process and how to measure the estimation, how to measure the accuracy or how to tell the model is good or not. I'm just considering this. So given the training data, whether it is supervised, unsupervised, for any of the or a machine learning algorithm or deep learning algorithm, we have to divide the data into training set and the testing set. Okay. Then after dividing the data into training and testing set, we will give the training set to the model for the training and test set for the evaluation of the model. Okay. So what is that? How to measure the accuracy estimate? Accuracy means n is the number of instances or the samples with which a classifier is tested. Okay. So n is the number of samples which, from the test data. P is the number of correctly classified instances. Okay. The accuracy can be like number of correctly classified divided by the total test classes. It is the accuracy. It will give the accuracy of the model. Okay. This is for classification. I have considered the purely estimation for classification. Similarly, error rate is 1 minus the classification estimate is the error rate. And some more other parameters to measure the model accuracy, model performance is accuracy may be true accuracy or predicted accuracy, right? True accuracy means the actual output and the predicted output. Actual output, the model is actually belonging to the class 1, but the predicted output is class 0. So that is the predicted output, actual output, correct? So true accuracy, there are 2-3 terms to understand. True accuracy is, true accuracy of the classifier is the accuracy when the classifier is tested with all possible unseen instances, right? Predictive accuracy is accuracy estimation of a given test data. Okay. True and the predictive means in the accuracy also we can test like whether it is a true and the predictive accuracy. All these are information to understand. So I have given one small example. Consider a classification model with a training set with an algorithm M. Okay. Predictive accuracy when is estimated. Okay. These two are the predictive accuracy. These two are the okay. Not really. All these are high level performance measurements, but given the model output, we had to test it on the test data. So all these, whatever I told, the predictive accuracy and all, can be analyzed using a confusion matrix. So once the model is trained, if you get the confusion matrix, you can identify whether the model is, how good is the model. Okay. Okay, so these are the things I wanted to have. So this is like, okay, confusion matrix, this is needed when you actually train a model. Just the slides are self-explanatory, you can just go through it. C1, C2. True positive means the number of instances that were positive and correctly classified as positive. Okay, so we call it as a true positive. False negative means the number of instances that were positive, that were actually positive, but incorrectly classified as negative. So false negative. False positive means the number of instances that were negative and incorrectly classified as positive, right? The number of instances that were negative and correctly classified as negative. So the true negative. So it will give the complete overall performance of the model, right? So using this, we can actually measure the recall sensitivity also using these formulas. Precision and recall. Okay, so basically we use the accuracy as a basic metric. But however, with the confusion matrix, we can have a better performance measure of the model. Okay, with this thing, I'll just show I wanted to show one example, the overall training. See, this use case is like you the brain tumor detection using convolution neural network. Whatever the convolution neural network I've shown is being implemented, okay, not a small, very small CNN, the larger, the multiple layers model. So some libraries we have to import. You will be introduced with to some libraries in the other session, okay. So we have taken some these kind of MRI images, okay, so original images, and these models are, this data has been this is the original image, and this is just a cropped image, okay. So this some pre-processing of the data, like a normal, making all the images in the normal size on the same brightness values and all have been done, okay. So if you see the data sets, this is the data set, actual data set. I was showing you the different things with the only numbers, but this is the actual data set, brain tumor. So all these are grouped as brain tumor. No, there is no tumor. All these grouped as brain tumor. Yes. So these are the images with brain tumor. Okay. So all these images are labeled. Means you have the input image and the output value for that, right? So we had to split the data. As I told, if you have 100 samples, split it into 70% training and 30% testing, let's say. So neural network architecture. So you take the input image, okay, and you have to zero padding, means just make all the images equal size, okay. So give it to the model, give it to the CNN or the neural network architecture. So the model will try to learn all the possible patterns from this image during the different stages, okay. As I've shown you, convolution, what is this convolution, and in between it is using the sigmoid function, and in between it is actually reducing the size of the image, okay. Finally it gives you the like this, all the images, whatever the images you saw above, all the images are given, right? So by understanding the complete pattern, it will have the weight values in between, and output, it actually maps the output as 1 and 0. So how to build the model? So this is the size of the input, size of the number of neurons in the hidden layer, right? So whatever the structure I showed you here, whatever the structure I showed you here, whatever the structure I was trying to show you, right? So whatever the structure I was explaining you, all this inside, what is the things happening inside these blocks are, I shown you with the smaller thing, right? So train the model means give all the inputs to your model, okay? And the model tries to keep on changing the weights value so that it finds a suitable weights such that it can actually map the input to the particular output, okay? So all these are needs a GPU or the graphical processing unit to do all these convolution operations, okay. And also resource exhaustion means this can take days together depending upon the size of the data. It may take several minutes to several days if the data is very small and you have a very good GPU, you can train the model within a shorter period. Otherwise it takes more time. So the loss of accuracy, see, as you can see that the accuracy means, as you can see the training time. So as the training goes on, as the data are given to the model, the accuracy is very less. Once the model is trained, the accuracy goes up, right? So some prediction values or the finding the accuracy on the test data. So the model has been trained on the data, the test data, if there is training data, so number of samples is this one, percentage of positive examples, number of positive examples, right? Number of percentage of negative examples. Validation data is nothing but kind of test data only, right? So testing data. Around the model, whatever the test data we had considered the 30%, the model is able to predict correctly around 89% of data are correctly predicted. Okay, the rest are incorrectly predicted. Okay. So this is one case study thing. Okay. So another one. So similarly for COVID localization, localization means, so find, that is the segmentation, means you, there is a region, this is the tumor region. This model the model can identify where exactly the tumor is present. Okay. Right. For that again we require the training data and the label data. Okay. So yeah, with this I would like to take some questions. Any things are there, so that it can be anything with machine learning, deep learning with respect to your respective area. So I would like to take some data so that the sessions can be benefited. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I request the participants to pose the questions. Participants can kindly pose their questions in chat box, or you can unmute yourself and you can ask. Yes, ma'am. There was a question.
Yeah, just so. How to validate the data means, it all depends on the, that's what I told, along with this technical knowledge, you should have the understanding of the domain knowledge also. So you have to see, finally we will be solving the problem where we understand the input and the output, right? Validate the AI data in an animal experiments model means, what exactly you want to, so given the data, can you predict can you have the analysis? Okay, all these things you have to understand, that can be understood by your domain knowledge. So based on the domain knowledge and the problem to solve, having this information, you can actually validate the data is given. Like for face recognition data, you should have the samples of images with the face. The face itself, not with the background may change and other things, right? So given the problem statement, you should collect the data so that the model can be trained in a more generalized way, and more model can understand the properties of the data. So domain knowledge is very much necessary to understand the model. Yeah. That answers your question, or?
Yes, sir, we have understood the answer. If you have further doubt, you can ask. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for answering.
Yeah.
If there are any other questions, the participants can pose the question in chat now.
Yeah, if there is no other questions, I would like to close my session. Okay. So I thank the organizers for considering, and also thank the Acharya Institute of Technology for including me with the program. Yeah, thank you, Anita.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining with us and explaining in detail about how the AI in the background works. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining with us.
Yeah, thank you.
With this, we have concluded our session 2. The afternoon sessions will start by 1:30 p.m. So I request the participants to start just join the session within 5 minutes. The sessions will be starting by 1:30 p.m. and the respective links have been provided in WhatsApp and mail. So you can go through the mail and WhatsApp and you can join to the WhatsApp link. We'll be having a Sandeep sir and Kanika madam. So we can start by session by 1:30 p.m. With this, we are going to end the session. Thank you all for joining us.
Sahiti? Sahiti, is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I've joined.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just waiting for the from your side, sir. Yes, sir.
Sandeep, sir, could we wait for 5 more minutes, sir?
Yeah, sure, sir.
It is a lunch hour, it seems. So what participants are joining one by one. Please.
Sure, sir. We'll wait for 5 more minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just now I have instructed the participants in WhatsApp group, sir. They'll be joining, sir.
Sahiti?
Yes, sir.
I think we can start now.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Good afternoon, respected speaker, program coordinators, faculty members, and the delegates. Welcome back to afternoon session of day 4, AICTE-ATAL sponsored online faculty development program on drug safety monitoring and transition of care, the brink of an artificial intelligence. For our session 3, we are having our speaker, Mr. K. Sandeep Kumar, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, Acharya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. Sir is having a professional experience of 12 years in teaching in the field of electronics and communications engineering, and he is pursuing his research in computer vision domain. And sir has a part mentoring in Texas Instruments Innovative Students Project in the embedded system domain, and has delivered talks in embedded systems, machine learning, image processing domain at various institutions. And sir's area of interest include computer vision and machine learning. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite sir to start the session. Sandeep sir, you can take over the session.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for that good introduction of mine. Dear participants, first of all, I would like to thank AICTE for giving us such an opportunity where the interdisciplinary faculty meet and we discuss some of the techniques and tools that are related, where we can collaborate and we can do something, right? And I would also like to thank the coordinators. So first of all, I would like to thank the program coordinator, Dr. Y. Padmanabha Reddy, professor and principal, for giving this opportunity for me. And also I would like to thank the organizing secretary, Dr. Mohan Raj, and his team for giving me this opportunity. So let me share the screen. Yeah. Is my screen visible? Can somebody acknowledge?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So the topic which was given to me today was tools and platforms for machine learning. So morning 2 sessions, you had a glimpse of artificial intelligence and its applications in various domains of pharmacy and as well as health sector. And maybe in the second session, you would have gotten insight of all the algorithms, like maybe supervised, unsupervised machine learning algorithms. And maybe you're familiar now with some of the parameters, what are required for you to start with machine learning. Okay. And my session will be tools and platforms for machine learning. See, maybe we formulate some problem and we come up with some solution to it, right? So definitely there should be a tool which I need to use in order to make my that problem solved. So therefore, it's very important to know what are all the tools and platforms that are available for machine learning. And maybe some of them would be free, which is an open source platform, and maybe some of them would be a paid platform, and some would be having some loopholes, like some will have advantages, some will have disadvantages. So I am here to deliver a talk on the tools and platforms for machine learning that I am aware. So I am quoting that there are so many tools and platforms which really is like an ocean, and definitely I cannot explore all the tools and platforms. So only what I know, so which I have explored, I will just try to deliver that to you. Okay. So the first tool that I would like to introduce to you is which is called the teachable machine. So this teachable machine is just to give you a glimpse of how your artificial intelligence really will work on an image or a sound or some of the pose, right? So today we are going to see how do we train a computer, maybe my laptop, to recognize my own image and maybe my sound that I utter, maybe some of the words which I utter. So my computer should be able to recognize it. And maybe some of the poses, like for example, the sitting posture of me. And maybe I will have a machine learning algorithm which tells me that your posture is not correct and not good for your health for a long time. And maybe if I go to a gym, so I will replace your gym instructor with a computer, a camera faced in front of you, and which says that the posture of your exercise is not good. I would have trained what is the exact position of exercise that it needs to be done. Okay, so this tool is a fast, easy way to create a machine learning model. So today we will do that. I will demonstrate to you in a minute. Okay, and for this you need not require any expertise coding. Only thing is you need to just capture some images using your laptop camera or your mobile phone camera and just feed that as the training, right? And the teachable machine is a web-based tool. So I am going to use now a web-based teachable machine where I create a machine learning model, and I can just download that model, all the weights that have been updated, and I can just download that, put it to some application on my mobile phone and definitely use it. Okay. So I think definitely after this demonstration, you will appreciate what is the effort that is being put by the Google. So this is from the Google. So how do we use it? So first of all, we will gather the training data set. See, when we utter the word called machine learning, there should be a learning process. In order to have a learning process, definitely there should be a data set, right? So the very first step is I will gather all the data which are there. Maybe I have three classes here, categories of data. One is the image, the second one is the audio which I speak, and the next one is the pose, like it will detect what posture your body is, right? So after you gather all those information, you will train the model, right? So while training morning session, you have seen there are various parameters like how many iterations that you have to run, what should be the learning rate, then how the weights needs to be updated, and so on. Okay, so once the model is trained, then we have to export that model onto your project. Maybe it could be simple platform like my mobile phone, where I have my mobile phone used, where I export that model to my mobile phone, and I have an app which is built where I capture real-time images and work on it. Okay, so let us just try to see how I can teach it. So first of all, I have told you that there are three parameters. One is image. I can teach my image with, here we have shown two classes, but there can be more than two classes also, right? Then sounds, I say snap, clap, I say beat, like this I train the words. Then this is the posture. So I teach a model to classify the body position. Okay, so by simple webcam, right? So now what I will do is I'll quickly demonstrate you how this is done with the teachable machine, and this is from Google. Okay, so let me just demonstrate it. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah. So what you need to just do is just type here teachablemachines.withgoogle.com. Okay, so this is the web page that will appear, and you know there is one button here which is saying get started. So I'll quickly give get started, and you can already open an existing project from the drive, or you can open an existing project from your file which is stored in your laptop as well, right? In the current working directory or wherever in your laptop. So first of all, let me demonstrate with the image project. Okay, so it says a new image project I'm going to create, and you know any machine learning algorithm, maybe if I'm working on an image, it has got standard input. Okay, so those are called the convolution neural network. So there are various standards, but this teachable machine will use an image which is 224 by 224 pixel. Means my image is a square image. So each image that it is capturing is at 24 rows, and it has got 224 columns. So whatever let it be your image, it is resized. You need not worry about it. Okay. So once that is done, we are exporting it to an TensorFlow. Okay, and the model size will be around 5 MB. It's a very simple, small file, right? Right. So let me just try with this, a standard image. So the very first thing I see on my computer is there are classes, class 1, class 2. So what you people have to understand here is this is the classification problem which I am going to handle. Okay, so let me write here, instead of class 1, let me give a name. I can give a name like, for example, let me write here water bottle. And let me just write in short, it's a bottle. Okay, so one of the category which I am going to train is bottle. The second category may be a cup. Okay, and if you people wish to add one more class, you are free to do it. There is an option here, add class. You can do that as well. So let me add one more class here, some remote, because I find these three objects with me now. So therefore I would like to demonstrate with a bottle, cup, and a remote. Now once I have selected these three classes, now it is a 3-class problem. Earlier it was, when I have not added the remote, it was a 2-class problem, right? So can I call that as a binary classification? Because binary takes only 0 or 1, right? So in that sense, when I call it as a binary classification model, it should have only 2 classes, like yes or no, or 0 or 1, cat or a dog, only those differences. But when it comes to 3 classes, more than 2 classes if I have, I should call this problem as multi-class problem. It is multi-class, right? So I would like, you can keep on adding classes like this, but right now I have only 3 classes that have been taken. Now there are options for you, 2 options. One option is directly take from webcam, and the second option is upload the pictures that you have in your file. Okay, so let me select the first one. Let me use webcam in order to select my image. So let me do that. So I click on now webcam. So when I click on webcam, so they have written an code such that it accesses my webcam here, and it is waiting for me to give the input. Okay, so this is under which class I am doing? I am doing under bottle. So let me train one bottle for now. Yes. So if you wish, this is the bottle which I am trying to train. Suppose if you wish, I don't want the complete background, so you can also crop it like this. There's an option called crop, and you can bring this to any position that you wish, right? So let me keep it to this position. This is the area where I want to do the cropping. So I say done cropping. So it is capturing only this portion of my image. Now I have to hold this to record, because this is a live video that is being captured. So I want to record images, right? So if I say hold record, it will capture. See, I'm taking this bottle with different angles. Okay, maybe with this angle one. So these are the samples. You know how many samples I took? 17 image samples. And to which class it belongs to? It belongs to a class called bottle. And guys, if you are saying bottle here, and if you give images as cup, your machine does not have any intelligence, right? Whatever you train, it will take. Okay, so we have to be like precise in this. Next, let me give cup. Now again, let me add samples. So let me try to give a cup as the input now. So I have one cup here given by my college. Okay, so let me done capture, hold it at different angles, maybe just to tell you how robust it is. Done. So I have taken around 15 image samples for cup. Then similarly, let me also take one more remote. So I have one remote here. Yes. So done cropping. Let me hold to capture, maybe at different angles. Now once all these are done, now my data set is ready. I have three classes. One is the bottle, the cup, and the remote. Once my data set is ready, I have to start the training. See what's happening. All these inputs are coming to the train model. And here I have some options. Morning, you people have studied all these, right? Maybe you would have gone through all this. Epochs, the number of times the iteration needs to be done. I need to do iteration so many number of times. How many number of times? All the inputs I have to feed 50 number of times and teach that this is bottle, this is cup, this is remote. So in the background, you know what will happen? All the features have been learnt. Maybe if I take this image, there are some features like color features. There are some edges which are there. So there are some horizontal edges, vertical edges, maybe some of the patterns, textures, so many features are there. So by all these features, my model will get learned. Okay. Next, batch size. I also tell my training model at a time how many input samples to be given. So I tell out of my 224 by 224, I tell it should be batch size of 16. Then coming to this learning rate. So morning session, I think you have learned what is learning rate. It is, suppose if you are updating the weight file, it is what is the smallest incremental step of the weight file for learning. So it is like if I want to cover the whole room by walking, I can take large steps and go, right? I'm missing some of the smallest details. So if I keep small steps and move in my room, I'll be covering all the areas of the room. So therefore, if learning rate is smaller, my learning will be better. Okay. So these are some of the parameters. If you wish, you can vary it. If you can keep it as it is, you keep it as it is. Okay. So once all these are selected, let me train the model. Okay. So once I say train, now my machine learning algorithm will take all these samples and it will start feeding. So one by one, it will start with epochs. In the first epoch, it will feed all these images. It will say that this is the bottle, it are the features, right? Now the training is done. And now currently I have not given any input to that, right? So let me try to bring bottle to this position. Are you able to observe that? 1 second. Yeah. Yeah. So now are you able to see that it is telling at any angle that I place this bottle, it is telling that 98% confidence that it is a bottle, and maybe hardly some 3 or 2% it is telling it is a remote. But we have to take the higher confidence, right? So I take 95% as bottle, so therefore I classify this as a bottle. Next, similarly, let me take this cup now. See, now whatever angle I place this cup, it's telling it's a cup. 100% it is telling it's a cup. So the learning has happened very perfectly, right? And now if I bring the remote into picture, now definitely it is telling that it's the remote. So it is telling with 100% confidence. Maybe if I tilt it to some position, maybe it has not lost 1% of confidence. So if I turn it back, still it is telling it's a remote. But now if I don't feed anything, see, I have not given bottle or cup or remote, but still it is telling that it's a remote, because the background what I have may be matching with the feature of a remote. Maybe it was a white color remote, so my background here also is a white board and an AC here. So therefore, maybe it looks like it's matching the feature of a remote. And it's not the problem of the machine, it is problem of me. I should have given one more class here, and I should have told, take the background also, and if nothing is there, it should have given me some background, right? So let me just give BG, and I should have trained the model. Okay. It's training now. Now you can just observe. Now it is showing perfectly that it is the background. So it was my mistake, not the problem with my algorithm, right? So like this one is just to visualize that definitely any kind of problem which you people wish to work on an image, definitely with this accuracy you can work. Okay, so I didn't want to go into depth of all the codes of CNN. So I just wanted to demonstrate and tell you what really machine learning is. Okay, so this is the input which is there, then the training that happened, and this is a real interface where I'm giving in live the image of my camera, and it is giving me what output it is, right? So with this, let me move on to the next one. If there are any questions, I will take up at the end of the session. Okay, yeah. Now coming to the next one, similarly I can go with the sound. So we started with the image, right? So same way I can go with the sound also. Okay, let just give me a second. Let me go with the sound. Yeah. Yeah. So now the second project which you people can go with is audio project. So teach based on a 1 second long sound. So you have to give an input which is 1 second long, and based on that you can work. So here you can give the microphone which is on. Okay. So you can first of all give background noise. See, the problem with audio is there will be some background noise. So what they have taken care here is the background noise is also given as an audio sample, so that it learns the background noise also, and it eliminates all those background noise in real time. Then we have, you can keep on adding classes like this. Suppose I say this is person 1, person 2 voice, then it becomes voice recognition. Who is that person you are identifying? Suppose the same person, I will tell here some words like clap. If I clap, lights should be on, or I will say lights on. Okay, so I connect this device to my IoT and I say, when I say lights on, my light should get on. Okay, so with this I can upload the audio file as well. Okay, similarly I can also go with the pose. So I told you this is the pose samples. So whatever pose I do, so let me just show you. Suppose say I am showing this posture, right? So it is able to detect what posture I am having. See, it is able to detect. So I can feed these poses to my system, and I can make my system train, right? So this has varieties of applications where I can identify whether my posture is correct while I'm sitting for a long time. So it will give a warning message to me that your posture is wrong and so on. So I can develop something, right? So maybe this is looking like as if it's an web interface, but still there is a lot of background that is being running behind the TensorFlow, the model which is being trained. So there are a lot of things that have been done in order to do this. Okay. So definitely if we try and if we start doing machine learning from scratch. So I'm telling from scratch. From scratch means you should write even a function by yourself. Then definitely this is possible. But if you are trying to use any readily available module, it's possible, but you cannot make much modifications to it. So if you want to develop some AI model by yourself, then you have to go in detail with the code. If you are trying to use it for any application, I think this is more than enough. We can purchase this model from them and use it for our application. Okay. So the next platform which I would like to tell you is the Anaconda Navigator. Okay. So Anaconda Navigator is a desktop graphical user interface. So I will install this Anaconda Navigator in my computer. Okay, so it is a local installation which I am doing. So you people can visit the anacondanavigator.org. From there you can download the exe file and install for your laptop. It becomes a graphical user interface for you. And its advantages are you can launch applications and easily manage packages. See, when I say machine learning using any tool, it is mainly the packages that you use. For example, the NumPy, which library, which you are going to see in the next session, which is a demonstration session from Madam, which will be on pharmacy issue, sales issue. There she will be using a library. Definitely, if I don't have that library in my platform, then it throws an error, right? So it is very easy to manage the packages and channels. So Navigator can search for packages on anaconda.org. So there's a repository which is already there. Some people are working on it. So every time they create the repository, it goes to that and you are able to get that repository from the internet. So there's an link where you can just click on that and you get that package. Okay. So it is available for Windows, Mac OS, and as well as Linux operating system. Okay. So let me just show you that it's installed in my laptop and how to use it. So this symbol, this is the Anaconda Navigator window. After installation, you will get this. Okay. So you can see in this Anaconda Navigator, there is home, environment, learning, community. So you can group with some people and you can work together. There's a learning here, some materials which are there to learn. Then we have environments with which you can work. And if I see here, there are many tools which are embedded in it. Okay. So for me, I think all are important, but most important one is this Jupyter notebook. So it's a web-based interactive computing notebook where you can edit and run any document, maybe a Python code where I can run that for a machine learning algorithm. This Jupyter notebook. Same way we have PyCharm. Okay. So all of this on it because most of the people will use PyCharm and Jupyter notebook. So I selected these two to be delivered today. Okay. So how do I launch this? First of all, I have to go and say launch. So when I say launch, a separate window will open. I'll just show that to you. Before that, let me go to environments and you can see all the packages that are installed. Okay. So because I am working on machine learning, so I have some of the packages that are already installed. So there are so many packages which I have installed. Maybe if you are starting with Anaconda Navigator, when you install it for the first time, you may not have all these libraries. It's very easy to search. For example, let me say what is not installed. I can search, or I can also search here with the search here. Okay. So let me search for some library, which is the, yeah, these are all for R programming language. And there are some libraries for Python as well. So let me simply search OpenCV, right? So OpenCV is a platform for working on images. See, It's a computer vision and machine learning software together. So if you people are targeting image as your area, you should take this library because it is having computer vision as well as the machine learning software embedded in it. So I have already installed it. Okay, by chance if it is not installed, you can just search here, click here and say install that. It will install. So you need not search library outside. Just you need to just search here and install it. Okay. Now, once all the installation is done, now I have to launch this Jupyter notebook. Let me click on launch. So as soon as I click on launch, I will get a window like this. In my Google Chrome, I get a window like this. This is the Jupyter local host that has been created. This is my laptop itself. So therefore it is showing local host. Okay. Now, if you people want to create a new file, because I have created many files here. So if you wish to create a new file, you can go click on new. You can have Python 3. See, most of the time we see for machine learning, the programming language used is Python. Okay. So I suggest if you are starting with machine learning, the first step to go is learn Python. Okay. So there are 5 courses in Python. I suggest course in Python, then OpenCV with Python. So these 5 courses, if you are doing, then definitely you can start with writing your script for machine learning in this notebook. So now let me say new Python 3. Okay. So a new window will open here. Just a second. Yeah. And I will be able to type my code here. Okay. So it is saying kernel is starting. And once it trusts my web, then it will allow me to run the program. So let me just give one simple program to check. Print welcome to FDP. So this is the syntax in Python to print. So I'm just showing you how to run it. Okay, not for any other purpose. So print welcome to FDP, and I just click on run here, and immediately that Python script is being executed here. Okay, so like this, I can keep on writing. I can add cells here. I can keep on writing my code. So like this, I have written a code here, which I will explain this if time permits. Okay, so this is how I can start with the Anaconda Navigator, and these are some of the storage that is being given to you in your system. So you can save any file, any image, any text file, or any database. See, this is a database which I have created for music. Okay, then I have some images which I usually work on. Okay, so like this, if I'm using this Anaconda Navigator, I would like to conclude and tell you it will be very easy for you just to get the packages. So these are all the applications that I can access using Anaconda Navigator: the Jupyter Lab, the Jupyter Notebook, Spider, PyCharm, VS Code. Like this, we have so many other things. So PyCharm is a new addition to the Anaconda Navigator. Okay, so earlier we did not have it. So in the recent version, this PyCharm is also a part of the Anaconda Navigator. You can install all these packages explicitly, not only in Anaconda Navigator, externally in your computer also. I can install directly Jupyter Notebook, or directly I can install PyCharm on my laptop directly. There will be a separate exe file you can download and you can install it. Okay. Next. Yeah. So this is the Jupyter Notebook which I showed you, the open source. So it's an open source web application. You need not pay for it. No license required. It allows you to create and share the documents. The live code you can share. You can share the visualization, and its users include what all you can do with this. Sometimes there are some junk data. You can clean the data. So data cleanup and transformation. So transformation of data from one form to another, because some of your machine learning algorithm may not accept your data as an image. Image is a 2-dimensional data, right? So you may have to transform that data from 2 dimensions to 1 dimension. So this tool will help me do that. Then some of the numerical simulations, then data visualization, machine learning, and whatnot. So there are so many things that you can do with this Jupyter Notebook. Next, coming to this PyCharm. So this PyCharm, we can say that it is all the Python tools in one place, and it is we have a statement that be more productive. Okay, so what do you mean by be more productive? So save time while PyCharm takes care of all the routines. So whatever routines you had to do by yourself, if you don't have PyCharm will take care of it. So you people focus on bigger things, writing algorithms, not on coding. Okay, so coding is definitely required, but you people think more, focus on more bigger things, which are the algorithm tuning. Okay, then get smart assistants. So PyCharms know everything about your code, so it will fix your code. For example, if there's an error, it will tell you at this line there's an error and what type of error it is. It gives you suggestion also. Okay, so by chance if there is a parenthesis which is missing, it will tell you there's a parenthesis that is missing at this line. Okay, or if any module is not installed, it will tell you this module is not found and you can find this module at this link. So this PyCharm is made very smart. It gives a smart assistance. Suppose I want to use OpenCV, I find that it's not installed, so it tells me where to find that as well. Okay, so then quick fixes and very easy project navigation. I can easily navigate from one project to another. Usually in some of the platforms, you know, for one project I have to do everything, all the process from the starting to the ending. But here for all the projects together I can handle. And the last one is the boosting the code quality. Very important. See, everybody will write the code. Then writing a quality code is very important, right? So this PyCharm will help us to see the quality of my program. You know, there is one tool which is called PEP8, PEP8, and that is given by the Python, the person who wrote the Python, they have a team and they have given a whole set of document, how the code has to be written. Okay, so if I run that PEP8, definitely it will tell me where are the glitches in my program. So therefore, this PyCharm has that PEP8 assistance. It will check for that PEP8 and it will give you a smart refactorings and it will give you an inspection how the code needs to be modified for the best quality. And about refactoring, it's a process of improving your source code without creating any new functionality. So you can make some small modifications there in the program itself and you need not write a separate functionality for it. Okay, so let me just demonstrate how this PyCharm will be. So there are two ways which I have told already. One way of working with PyCharm is you can directly go here and launch, or otherwise you can install it on your computer. And let me just show you where it is installed. Yes. So after installation, this is the window which will appear. So this is the PyCharm window, right? So this is the PyCharm window, and you can see here I have created a project. So you have to go to File, New Project. If you say, a new project will open up. And if you want to create a new file, you can have a new file over here, right? And let me just show you. For example, if I want a package, see this sklearn, morning I think Kritika madam has touched upon this. sklearn. sklearn is not a part of Python actually. sklearn is to be installed externally. It's not an inbuilt function of Python. So therefore, if I want this package, how to install? Very simple. Just go to File, go to Settings, and there are so many options here like Appearance, Editor and all. We have Python project in that Python interpreter, and see here these are the packages that I have already installed. Okay, so I have installed NumPy, then I have installed OpenCV Python, pip, scikit, then SciPy, all these tools. Suppose if you wish that you want an additional tool, for example, let me say I want to search for a tool called Pandas, which in the next session maybe madam will cover Pandas. So this is one tool which I require. So what is that I need to do? Just search available package. Yes, it is available. And you can see that it is a powerful data structure for data analysis. In machine learning, data analysis is very important, right? So it's version 1.3.1. It shows you the version as well. And you can specify the version, what you want. By chance, if there are various versions, no confusions. You can select which version you want to install. It is showing current latest version is 1.3.1. Maybe this will not be compatible with sklearn. Then I can go with 1.3.0 and so on. If you don't wish to specify the version, then by default, the latest version will be taken. Now let me just say install package. If I am connected to the internet, this package is being installed. And how do I confirm that this package is installed or not? Just importing that. I think it will take a while. Let me just, yeah, before that, let it keep on installing. Yeah, let me not waste time on this. Yeah, so let me assume that I have NumPy here. How do I confirm that my package is installed? Let me go to any portion of my program here and just say import. Yeah, now it is done. See, it gave me that the pandas is successfully installed. Now let me say here import pandas. And some people say, why I type pandas in all over in the program? You can import pandas as PD. PD is the shortcut. Okay. So now let me run this program. Don't worry about what this program is. I'm just trying to run it. Yeah. See, now it did not throw any error to me, right? See, it is giving that some prediction. Don't worry about what is this here, okay? Because this later I will tell you what this is. Now it did not throw any error. It means that my package was successfully installed. If I had not installed this pandas, then definitely it would have thrown me an error that it is not available. For example, there is one more library called matplotlib, which I will be discussing later. Okay, so let me say import matplotlib, and if I run this program, immediately it has thrown an error that the module not found. So this module matplotlib is not found in my library. So what do? I go to file. It's very easy. Go to settings, then search for the package. Definitely matplotlib will be there. Matplotlib definitely should be there, and I will install that package. This one. See, this is the package. This is the Python plotting package. So I'll just say install this package, and now if I run the program, definitely it will not give any error to me. Okay, so let me just close this. Okay, so later we will see matplotlib. Let us continue. Let me just take a quick feedback. Is this speed okay? Am I going very fast, or any feedback from anybody?
Sir, it's okay, sir.
Yeah.
It's okay,
Fine.
sir. It's okay.
Yeah. Thank you all. Now the next platform, it's very easy platform, and I usually suggest my students to go with this platform. The reason is there is no tension, no headache, any package, no installation. Already the package is there. So this is called the Google Colab. It is short Colab. It is actually co-laboratory. So Google Colab is to write and execute Python program, maybe with zero configuration required. You need not install anything. Just you need to have a web browser, maybe Google Chrome or a Mozilla Firefox will be required. No other installation required. So some students say, sir, I want to do machine learning, sir. Do I require GPU? Definitely yes, GPU is required, but it costs, right? So why should we wait for a GPU when it is available for a free of cost? So Google Colab gives us GPU access free of cost. If you have a Gmail account, that's more than enough for you to access it. And easy sharing, whatever document I do in Google Colab, I just share that to my students by just one click. I just say share it to this email ID, it is gone to them. They can run the code and analyze the results. So this is Google Colab. So let me just demonstrate Google Colab, how easy it is. Yeah, so this is my Google Colab. How to open this? Just go to Google and you type here Google Colab. Click on that, and by default I have a login already. I have logged in from my college email ID. If you have a Gmail ID also, you have access to it. Okay, so now it is asking me, do you want to create a new notebook or use any existing notebook? So let me say I want to create a new notebook. Okay, so once I say create a new notebook, it will create a new notebook for me in the web browser itself. Okay, this is the web browser, and it has given me untitled 15. Let me rename it as FDP. Okay, and the extension of this file is IPYNB. I stands for it is online. PY Python. NB stands for notebook. I can easily share this notebook, right? So the very first thing you people have to observe is here there is one option called connect. If I click on connect, it will allocate a resource. Your Google Colab is giving you a memory which is allotted in the cloud. See, you can able to see here, it has allotted a RAM to me and it has allotted a disk to me. So your Google Colab has a server, Google server, and it is connected. See, it is showing connected to Python 3 Google Compute Engine, and it has given me a RAM space of 0.75 GB and slash 12.69 GB. So I am capable of using up to 12 GB, but right now it has allotted only 0.75 GB to me, and there is a disk space also given to me, which is 38.64 GB out of 107.72 GB. So maybe like me, hundreds of people will be using this system. Okay, so why to go with your computer? Why to bring a computer with very high configuration? Go with Google Colab. The only problem is when it comes to real implementation, there will be a problem because it is not your computer. So therefore it is the web access only you have. There comes the issue. Once your model is trained, you can download that model. Then only training you require GPU. No, for testing you don't require GPU at all. So train your model. Testing you do it in your any platform, mobile or laptop or whatever device you have. Okay. So now let me start writing the code here. Just say print welcome, and then I want to find out, is there a package import numpy, because I did not install. Let me see, is there a package? I think there's a spelling mistake here. Yeah, the colors will change. You need not worry about the syntax. Okay, now I have run. It did not give any error to me. It means that numpy is already existing. It's a package which is already installed in that computer. I need not install it. My headache is reduced. No libraries to be installed. If I am working on my local computer, my headache is I have to install NumPy, I have to install Pandas, I have to install sklearn and so many libraries which I have to install, and there may be a version mismatch. All those headaches are reduced now, right? So let me also check import matplotlib. See, it's already showing me recommendations. Matplotlib, it is again matplotlib.py. Do you want it? No, I don't want. Let me go to the next one. Let me say import. I just type PA. It shows all the packages that are available. It shows me pandas. I wanted pandas. Select that. I wanted pandas. Then I want to import TensorFlow. So these are all the packages required for your machine learning. See, import TensorFlow as TF. Then I want to import is there. sklearn, import sklearn. So if I run now, it will definitely not give me an error because all these packages are already installed. So it give a tick mark here and saying that all the packages are brought to my interpreter now. Okay, so this is how Colab will make our life very easy when you are working with machine learning. So I suggest you, if you want to learn Python or machine learning, the very first suggestion from my side is use Google Colab. Then explore all the platforms that are there. Okay. Now coming to the tutorial part, you can just see here there are some documentations also that are available. You can see all these codes. Okay, so these are all the inbuilt. I have not written these codes. This is the MNIST fashion data. So it is used for classification. So you can just run and explore all these how the training will happen, how the testing is happening, and so on. Okay, so right now I don't have time to explore all this. So maybe in the next session, madam will deal with all these sessions, demonstration, not with this data set, maybe the pharmacy data set. Okay. Next, let me quickly move on. After Google Colab, next, how to share, I did not tell you, right? So for example, if I want to share this file, it's very easy. Just file, go to file, and you can say, you can have a copy in your drive, or you can directly put it to GitHub. You can have an account in GitHub, so that will directly go to the GitHub link. Okay, or you can download it as .py, which runs on your local computer, or .ipynby. This will run on your Colab. Okay. Yeah. Next, I told you you can use GPU also using Google Colab. Next I have one more library which is called the scikit-learn. I think morning when Kritika madam session was there, she was telling about this library, import scikit, right? So this scikit is an open source machine learning package. It is an unified platform and it can be used for multiple purposes. And if you are doing regression, clustering, classification, dimensionality reduction, or pre-processing, this library is very, very important, scikit. Okay, and this scikit-learn is built on top 3 main libraries, which is
Rima Uda, madam.
No, madam.
Yeah. Sorry that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Next, we have the scikit-learn. So it is built on top of 3 main Python libraries: NumPy, Matplotlib, and SciPy. So scientific Python it is. This is a library package available. And along with this, it helps us to test our model. So we can train the model, we can test the model, so we can predict on the real data. Okay. So to just give you a glimpse of what this scikit-learn library is, yeah, one second. Yeah. So let me show you one code. Okay, I'll not go into depth of explaining that code. Okay, so it's not the right time to explain this code. For example, I have an XOR problem. Okay, so let me first of all tell you what is XOR problem. Then I will come to this part. Yeah. So this is the example of XOR problem. So what do you mean by XOR? I hope most of you have heard. I know maybe you are all pharmacy teachers, but still you will be aware of an XOR gate, right? So it's a digital circuit. XOR, it's a logic gate. It has got 2 inputs, X1, X2. So when there are 2 inputs, there are 4 possibilities of input that I can give in binary. 0, 0 is one possibility. Both are low. 0, 1 is another possibility. 1, 0 is another possibility. 1, 1 is another possibility. So if I have 2 inputs, what are the possible inputs that I can give? I can give the inputs in 4 combinations. And what XOR gate will do, if both the inputs are same, it gives me output as 0. Here also, see, 0, 0, it is giving me 0. 1, 1, it is giving me a 0. If both the inputs are 0, output should be 0. If both the inputs are different, 0, 1, 1, 0, my output will be 1. This is the principle of XOR gate. Now you may be thinking, why this person is discussing about XOR gate in machine learning. See, this XOR gate, if you go to market, you have an IC available, you will bring it. And you will connect, give inputs, it will work definitely. Why we have taken this XOR problem? If I understand this XOR problem using machine learning, if my machine learning algorithm is trained with these data, if I give 0, 0, output should be 0. 0, 1, output should be 1. 1, 0, output should be 1. 1, 1, output should be 0. I can train my machine learning algorithm with these inputs and output possibilities. Once I train my system, I'll give test input as any one of these. I'll give 1, 0. My machine learning algorithm should give 1. Usually, when we are teaching students with this machine learning, we take this XR problem as the base because they will understand there will be calculation, how the weights needs to be calculated and so on. So in order to solve this problem, let me draw a two-dimensional plot. In one dimension here, x-axis, I have x1, one of the input. Y-axis, I have one more input, x2. And I am using color code here. Red indicates output is 0. Blue indicates output is 1. So you can see if both my inputs are 0, 0, output is 0. If both my inputs are 1, 1, see, observe here, 1 here, 1 here, it is again 0. Then coming to this portion here, I have different color. Now this problem is not linearly separable. What do you mean by linearly separable? If I draw one straight line, either vertical line or horizontal line or any vertical line, I will not be able to classify this at all. See, if I draw a line like this, if I draw a line here, one sample is coming to left side, one sample is coming to right side. So this is non-linearly separable problem. So if I solve this problem using neural network model, so I will write my neural network like this. This is my input. I'll give 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. These are the hidden layer. Morning you would have seen what is hidden layer. Okay, I'll see in detail later if time permits. This is the hidden layer and this is the output. Our input 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. There are two inputs which you are giving, but output is only 1. Right? It can be either 0 or 1. So therefore we have input layer, output layer, hidden layer. Now what is your work? If you want to train your model, these weights W11, W12, W21, W22, all these you have to calculate such that if I give 0, 0 here, it should give me 0. If I give 0, 1 here, it should give me 1. So these weights updating is called the training, right? So let me quickly tell you what the learning algorithm is in steps. So what I will do, first I will initialize the weights and biases randomly because right now I don't know what weights to take. Because I'm learning, see, when a baby starts learning, its mind is blank, no? So therefore, when a machine learning algorithm starts learning, my weights are random. I don't know what is the weight. Then what I will do, I will iterate over the data. I will start giving one data. I will give 0, 0, and I will see what output I am getting. If my output is as expected, I will not change the weights. If my output is not as expected, if there is an error, then I will update the weights. Okay, so I'll not go in depth into that because my restriction is only to tools. So therefore, what I would like to tell you is, this is the code, okay, I have written for solving the XR problem. Maybe you may be thinking what this person is mad, bringing one IC XR gate and connecting it, he would have got this output, right? Why is he giving this 100 lines of code to us to do this problem? With my personal experience, we talk wonders about AI and ML, but if you really start writing a code from scratch, see, you observe this code, I have not used a single library here. I have written all the codes with functions. See, each and every line of code that I have written is all the Python code. No library is being used. Okay, so this is the difficulty in writing program from the scratch. Okay, so why I took this for discussion here today is, instead of writing your program from scratch, okay, see how many lines of codes that I have written. These many lines of codes just to solve an XR problem. And if I use sklearn, see, I have written the code here with sklearn library for the same task what I am doing here. Okay, so all these tasks which I have written from the scratch, I can use a library called sklearn and I can simply call it as MLP classifier and say what type of classification you want, whether it is a linear or logistic, whatever it is, and you have to tell how many iterations it has to do, and your model fit, the training will happen. So the conclusion with the content that I gave you now is this only for XR problem. If this is the code, imagine for my image processing, then if I write from scratch, what would be my code? Okay, so if you really want to make any changes in your machine learning algorithm, you have to go this depth. No, you want to use it for only application, you want to say make some small modifications, you can go with this code. So this is with using sklearn library. So you can see for this also same results. I am giving the predictions. See, 0, 1, 0, 1 is my prediction. If I give 0, 0 as my input, let me give 0, 0 as my input. It predicts as 0. If I give 0, 1 as my input, it predicts the output as 1. See the prediction. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Any issue? You answered. Okay. Good, madam. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So it is a 1. So therefore, making use of tool will be better sometimes. Okay. So maybe I have another 10 to 15 minutes. Let me go with the next tool. Actually, I had a plan to explain this code individually, but initially 10 minutes I lost. So therefore, yeah. The next one, after this, we have one more tool which is called the TensorFlow. So TensorFlow is an end-to-end open source machine learning platform, right? So it has got some of the core open source libraries to develop and train the machine learning models, and these models quickly you can run with Google Colab. The reason is Google Colab is also from Google and TensorFlow is also from Google, right? So the most prominent feature of the TensorFlow is it runs on a CPU and as well as GPU. So if there are a lot of training data that needs to happen, and if I start training in my laptop, it may take weeks together to train the data. But if I run it on a GPU core, maybe it will be done in hardly 1 or 2 hours, maybe, right? So what all you can do, if you are interested in natural language processing, image classification, you can use this TensorFlow. Let me quickly demonstrate one more thing which is related to TensorFlow. I want you people to just understand what really the neural network is, okay? So this is one TensorFlow playground where you can practice. This is like pitch practice for you, okay? So I have a data. So there are different types of data that you can feed in, okay? So this is one type of data which I have given. You people can observe this is having 2 classes, right? One is the orange color, one is the blue color, okay? 2 classes. Now if I want to separate those 2, I can draw a line like this to separate, or I can draw a line like this, or I can draw a line like this diagonally, right? So let us see, if I have selected this as my data set, I can select here how many hidden layers I want. So I will select 0 hidden layers. And which properties of features you want, let me take only the vertical like this boundary. I will start training. See, my system is training now. The number of epochs you can observe here, it is taking 200, 300 epochs. And you can see here, the loss that has occurred is 0.003. This is a good one, right? See, it is classifying, right? This orange color is one class, blue is another class. If I bring a new data set anywhere here, it will recognize that as class B. And if I bring any data point here, it recognizes as class A. Okay, so I did not use any hidden layers. Now I wanted a diagonal line. Maybe some samples come here. Imagine this blue color sample comes here. Then what happens? This training model will fail because one of the sample has come here. This is called misclassification. So therefore, I will use this feature also, x1, x2. Now see what happens. Let me start training. So now I have selected horizontal and vertical features. So I have got diagonal line like this. Now if my data point come here also, no issue for me, right? You can see here, the loss is 0, means accuracy is 100%. All the data is being classified as class A and class B. No error at all here. Now let me increase the complexity of the data. This is a very simple problem, right? So let me just try to increase the complexity of the data like this. Some data portion here, some data portion here. So this is a not linearly separable problem, right? So if I draw a straight line here, not possible. If I draw a straight line here, not possible. So therefore, if I try to run the same one, this algorithm failed. So see, it is 50% loss it is showing. So this is a failure of my algorithm. So therefore, what I can do is, let me increase the number of hidden layers to 1, and maybe I will have so many neurons. And now let me testing is going on. See, now let me increase one more hidden layer. See the classification. So beautifully, it is a quadratic equation actually. It is classified it. So now I hope you have understood the significance of the neurons, hidden layers, what is happening. And let me take one more this set of data and run my algorithm, the same one. You are able to see it is perfectly classifying this. Let me take 2 more features and see. Yes, it is still further reduced. Okay, so whenever you find time, kindly just try to play with this. It is just a playground TensorFlow. You will understand what is the significance of these each hidden layer and how many neurons in that hidden layer and so on. Okay, so at each stage you can see the weights are calculated. See, weight is 0.18 here. Weight is minus 0.07. Let me just run and see. This weight is getting, once it goes to some position, it will freeze. Let me check this data. See now what is happening. What's happening to this data? The weights are updating. It is 0.91. Now it is 1.1. Now it is fixed 1.2. So weight updation is the training process that is happening. Okay. Yes. Next. I have 2 more tools quickly. Let me proceed. So next we have one more tool, which is NIME. So I think this NIME platform will be very helpful to pharmacy people because you need not code. Okay. So really you need not have any knowledge of programming. It's an open source machine language tool that is based on a GUI. So it is used for data relevant purposes like data manipulation, data mining, and so on. I have one example here. Let me quickly share that. This is the NIME analysis platform. You know, I am not writing any code here, just drag and drop. I'll just go here quickly. I will take one block from here. I'll just quickly go here and take one block and I will just drag and drop. Okay. So I think it's somewhere. Yeah, it's here. I can drag and drop. You can see this is the data access. I can read a CSV file. This is the data pre-processing that's happening. So I am filtering out the rows and columns. Then this is the data visualization, which I want to see. I want to see some graphs, right? So therefore, if I run this one, so I can individually run it. I can reset it. I can say, right click on this, execute and open views. So once I say open views, a waveform like this is opened. See, this is the graph of my data distribution. It is a stacked area chart. Okay. So this axis shows the amount and this x-axis shows the date. Okay. Similarly, I have one more plot, which is maybe pie chart, something. Let me just, yeah. 1 second. I had a pie chart as well. Yeah. So this is the pie chart, which shows that the most of the portion is taken to USA 7655, and this is the pie chart. So when you are writing papers, these visualizations are very important to represent in your paper, right? So matplotlib is a library which will help us do that. But here, data visualization. So there are some blocks which you need to just drag and drop. Okay. So you need to just drag and drop those and you can work with it. So this is NIME platform. Okay. Next. Next, there is one more PyTorch and one more is called Rapid Miner. So let me tell you this, Rapid Miner is also a good news for the non-programmers because this will not require any programming. Only thing is you have to have a web browser. So let me demonstrate this and conclude today's session. So this is the rapid miner. What I need to do is just upload your data set. So I have uploaded one data set which is predicting the life insurance premium. Okay, so what are the data you kindly observe? I have one column age, 19 years, 18 years, 28 years, 30 years, like this. I have data of around 1,500, I believe, 1,300 or 1,500 people. And I have one more categorical data here, which says male or female. Then I have body mass index of that person. How many children he has? 1, 2, 3. Then he is a smoker or not? Does he smoke or no? And what is his region? Southwest, southeast, northwest. And these are the charges. These data are the data set what I have. This person who is age 32, who is a male, and his body BMI is 30.8. He has 3 children. He is non-smoker, and his insurance premium is 5253. Okay, 5253. So with this, I want to predict if a new person comes with this age, with this male or female, his body mass index, what should be his charges? So let me just proceed. So I am trying to predict charges, insurance premium. Let me go next. Then it is asking me, select your inputs. See, it is telling smoker, it has got high correlation. Then region has got low correlation. You can skip. See, poor quality inputs, none. So you can also analyze the quality of any input that you are having. Questionable quality, quality of the inputs, 2. All are here. So let me select all of them. Need not worry. Next, it is asking which machine learning algorithm you want to use. I want to use decision tree and simple linear model. And this is a paid version. I am using trial version. Yesterday I installed. This will work with me for up to 4th August. If you want, this is the only software which is paid one, which I have told you till now. All others are free of cost. This is paid because your work is reduced. No, you need not code. You just need to have graphical user interface, click it. So now it is predicted. See, it has predicted the root mean square error, and it has told 5934 is the premium value by this model, linear model. Decision tree has given me 4,788 as the premium for one of the value that it took 7.7 seconds to build this model. It took 0.33 seconds to build the second model, decision tree. And you can export this model and use it for your applications. But this is a paid one, so I am using the trial version of it. Okay, so let me quickly proceed with the next one. Yeah, so these are the comparisons what we studied till now. Scikit-learn, it works on Linux, Mac OS and Windows, free of cost. Programming language, Python, C, C++, it is used for classification, regression, clustering, all these. PyTorch, it is again free. Python, C++, CUDA, CUDA is another programming language. Then it is neural network model, optimization module, then auto gradient modules which are implemented. TensorFlow, Python, C++, CUDA, it is a library for data flow. 9, Java platform, and it can work with large data volume. Then Colab, it's a cloud service, and it supports all the libraries, including OpenCV. Rapid Miner is the only one which I took, which is $2,500 per year for small plan. It goes to up to $10,000, which an exclusive fully packaged. The other machine learning tools, Weka is a data mining software. It is used for data preparation, classification, regression, but this is not used, okay, because it has got no documentation online. If you start working with this, if there's no documentation online, then you will be in trouble. So I suggest you not to go with this tool. If you're already working with it, no issue. Then we have one more tool, which is the Apache Maut tool. So it provides algorithm for the pre-processing, regression and others. And some of the advantages of it is it can be used for large data sets. It is very simple and it is extensible. You can extend it with some very less effort. Then needs more helpful documentation. Again, the problem here is with the documentation. Why all the other tools which I took in the beginning are very famous is because of the documentation. Without documentation, those tools will not be used by many people, right? So next we have Keras. Keras is a deep learning library. So we discussed only machine learning. If you want to target deep learning, then you have to go with the Keras library. It can run on GPU as well as the CPU. And thank you. So I have perfectly finished for 255. Any questionnaires I can pick up now. Sorry if I am fast, because I just wanted to give an information on all the tools that are available, which should not be missed.
To ask any questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you explaining so many tools with us.
Thank you, madam.
The participants can pose their questions in the chat box.
And meanwhile, I'll share my email ID in the chat so that if anybody, if any questions are there, you can just poll me in by mail.
Yes, sir. If the participants are not having any questions, we can move with the next session. If you're having any queries, you can contact with Sir. Sir has given his mail ID to us. We can contact Sir. I hope all of you have noted the mail ID. Thank you, Sir. Thank you sharing your mail ID with us. Excuse me, Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think the participants have got the glimpse of all the tools. If anyone are having any queries, they'll be contacting you, Sir. Thank you so much for the support.
Yeah, ma'am, definitely. I can share this PPT also with the organizers. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining with us. We'll be moving to the next session, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be moving with our session 4 on day 4. The session will be conducted by Pranita Niraj Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, Acharya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. Madam is having an experience of 15 years in the field of electronics and communication engineering and is pursuing her research in speaker recognition domain. And she has delivered talks in machine learning, Python packages at institutes. And Madam research interest are speech processing and machine learning. This is a brief introduction. I'd like to invite Pranita Madam to take over the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice introduction. Before starting with my session, I would like to thank Principal, Program Coordinator, Dr. Y. Padmanabh Reddy sir, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Mohan Raj sir, and also I would like to thank Dr. Rajeshwari madam for giving me the opportunity. So I'll just share my screen first so that we'll be starting with the hands-on session. Actually, it is a demo session which I'm going to cover 2 case studies. So let me just share the screen. Hope it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I'll be starting with today's session. Good afternoon, all the participants. I'm going to cover some case studies, actually 2 case studies in machine learning for pharmaceutical application. Because from morning you have learned, we have seen about all the technical aspect of artificial intelligence. In the first session, ma'am has given the medical AI in medical field. In the second session, we have seen all the technicality of the artificial intelligence. In the third session, sir has given the demonstration regarding all the tools, whatever it is available in the machine learning or artificial intelligence. Now, I want to go ahead with that and take all the things, whatever from the morning we have learned, and then I want to give the demonstration for pharmaceutical application, which I'm going to use some algorithm, whatever we have seen from the morning, of course, in the machine learning. So let me start with giving starting with the agenda first. I'm going to demonstrate 2 things. The first one is predicting pharmaceutical cells data using different regressions technique. Till now, whatever we have learned, it is yes, artificial intelligence is there, but how I'm going to apply into pharmaceutical background, that is very, very important. So what we are going to do in the first case study or demo is we are going to predict the cells, maybe future cells, means I have the data till some year, and after 6 months, what can be the cells that I want to predict, so that it will be useful for the manufacturer. Okay, so that there should not be any problem of medicines which is over medicine, or there should not be less medicine available, or there will be a problem of your expiry date for the medicine. That I don't want to happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to predict the cells which is going to happen. That is just the prediction that we are going to do. And the second thing what I'm going to give demonstration is for drug health complication. We are taking so many drugs, so what are the complications are there that I want to just see using the first one, that is first demonstration, that is predicting pharmaceutical cells data using different regression models. So I'm going to use different regression model and I'm going to predict the pharmaceutical cells, right? So in that, what we are going to do is, here my data set is there, which is from 2016 to 2019, it is available. Now what I want to do is I want to predict for January 2020 how much can be the cell, okay, so that I will be able to manufacture that medicines in advance. Okay, so that is what is my first thing, that is the first demo. So let us start with that. First, see, any machine learning problem, the first task what I have to do is I have to understand, or I have to get the data set. Okay, so this data set I have taken from the Kaggle website, and this is having it is for the 6 years of pharmacy data from 2014 to 2019. So it is having around 57 drugs, and they have been classified as some category. Let me just go ahead and tell you the categories. So in my data set, whatever it is available, it is just the category, how these drugs has been classified. Maybe some drugs for obstructive air diseases. So we are just categorizing different drugs what I have for a given data set. around 57 drugs are there, and I'm going to classify that into different category. Okay, so this is what is available as a data set, and this data set is present in CSV file. Whenever I'm saying CSV, it is comma separated value file. So that is like a Excel sheet. It will, if I'm just going to open, I'll just show you that also. So that is available for me, and it is having all these categories. Okay. So first thing is, whenever I will start with the machine learning algorithm, the first thing what is required is the data set, and I got that data set, and that data set, it is a drug data set which has been classified into different category. So these are nothing but my different category. So before starting with the machine learning hands-on, first let me just tell you how I'm going to proceed. That is nothing but the algorithm. If we can understand this algorithm, definitely my hands-on or understanding of demo, it will be very, very easy. So from the morning, you would have learned about different libraries. Just now, Sandeep also has told regarding different libraries like NumPy, because that will be okay. So what I was saying is, when I want to start with the demonstration, I have to understand the algorithm or flow of my program. So algorithm is very, very important for me. So the first step, whenever I will start with the machine learning algorithm, is I need to import the libraries, whatever it is required for my machine learning algorithm. The second one is, I need to take the data, that is loading of the data. Maybe it is in my system, I have to load it. Then whatever the data I got, is it a proper data, or do I need to clean that? So I need to clean means that will be the third process, that is also called as a pre-processing of the data or data cleaning. I'm going to clean the data. Maybe I'm going to discard some unnecessary value. I'm going to discard the data which is having zero value. So that is what is my third step. Then in machine learning algorithm, what we have to do is, the process is I need to train the algorithm, and then I need to test the algorithm. So I need to split the data set. Splitting of the data set means dividing the data set into training and the testing. That is my fourth step. Then I'm going to apply different machine learning algorithm, which is here in this first demo. It is different regression techniques. And then I want to visualize my output, that is nothing but plotting the data. Then how I'm going to find the result? Result is what is my accuracy, right? So that I'm going to understand. So this is how I'm going to go ahead with my first demo. Now, let me share with you Google Colab. Just now, Sandeep sir has told you regarding so many, what I should say, the packages, what we have. So in that, first, sir has explained one more thing, that is nothing but Google Colab. Okay, so that I'm going to start with that. Whatever the demo today I'm going to explain, I'm going to do on Google Colab, because as sir has explained, it is very easy. I don't have to download the package. Only importing the package, it will support me. Even GPU is also available for me, so I don't have to bother regarding that. So I will be starting with my demo with Google Colab. So let me just share with you once the screen of the Google Colab. So this is it visible, or do I need to increase the font size?
No, is it visible? Is it okay?
Okay, thank you. So, so what I'm going to do is, I have explained you there is a data set which is having the data from 2014 to 2019 August. Okay. So what this data set is having, just a minute, let me explain that data set also, so it will be clear to you. So this data set, what I have is, so this data set, it is from 2014 to 2019, and it is having some different categories. What are that categories? Like it is indicating date and time of the cell, about the pharmaceutical drug brand and so on. So this is what is my data set. So when I will start with my algorithm, so this is what is I'm going to do. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to predict sales data for selected period. Maybe January I'm going to do. So I have my data set till only August 2019, but I'm going to predict that how much can be the sale after 6 months. Okay. So I'm going to use some regression technique for that. That is nothing but linear regression, polynomial regression, and support vector regression. So these are the three techniques I'm going to do. So let me start with the first thing and we'll just cover up with our algorithm. So our first demo and algorithm for that says, the first thing what I need to do is I need to load the libraries. Okay. Because I'm going to use so many packages. So this is what is the window from Google Colab. So I have opened Google Colab. You can just check here. It is Google colab.research.gmail.com. I have to sign in with any Gmail ID. So this is what I'm going to do. And here I have imported so many libraries. Let me just tell you some libraries, because if I start telling everything, it is not possible to cover both the demos. So let me just tell you the whatever the libraries I'm importing. So first I'm importing pandas, that is for the data manipulation purpose. Then NumPy, that will be using, that I'm going to use for mathematical functions. Matplotlib, so that I'm going to plot my data. So that I'm going to use Matplotlib. Then calendar, see this regular expression, it is for the Python. Then calendar, date and time, I'm going to import. And sir has explained you scikit-learn. You remember that in the scikit-learn, what we can do is we can import we can use it for linear regression, clustering, then dimensionality reduction. So many things I can use scikit-learn. So now I'm going to use all these packages from the sklearn, which is nothing but scikit-learn algorithms and functions. So I'm going to import linear model. So linear model, it will have different functions for performing machine learning algorithms. Then I'm going to import k-means, which is required for clustering. Then PCA, it is for dimensionality reduction. Then train test split. I told you whenever data I'm going to take, I'm going to split that into training and the testing. Okay. So for that, I require train test split. Then I require a standard scaler, which is standardizing my features. Then as I'm going to use polynomial regression also, I require polynomial features. I'm going to use support vector regression. So it is support vector regression I'm importing, and then voting regressor. I'll just tell you regarding this voting regressor at the last. So here in the first step, what I'm doing is I'm just importing so many libraries which I'm going to use for my machine learning algorithm. And what is my target? My target is to predict the pharma sales. Maybe after 6 months, I have some data set. After 6 months, after 10 months, what is the prediction of the sales? If prediction is this much, I can manufacture my drugs like that, right? So that is what is my pharma sales prediction. So I'm going to just predict the sales. What can be this prediction, or what can be the sales at particular month? Okay. So first step in the algorithm, it was to import all the libraries. So that we have imported. So this is the first step. Here in your Colab, I need to run the program. So this is how I'm going to run it. So this will say, you can see that this cell is getting run. So this is a running of our program, and it is importing all the libraries what I have asked for. If any error is there, yes, it will be shown over here. So as soon as you can see that, yes, it is a green color tick mark. So yes, it is run properly. There is no error. So this, what I'm doing is I'm just importing all my libraries, whatever it is required. Now, what I need to do is, in the second step of algorithm, the first step I told you regarding importing all the libraries. Okay. The second step is I require my data set. So here in the second cell, I'm going to run the program which will I need to upload into Google Colab. Where is my data set? My data set is present in my machine. So let me run this and then I will tell you how I'm going to do this. So as soon as I have run this, it is saying that you are required to choose the file which you want to upload here, which is nothing but my data set. So choose file I have given. So here I have two data set. Let me go to first. So here you can see that there are 4 CSV file available. The first one is cells daily, cells hourly, cells monthly, and cells weekly. So it is what it is saying. It is telling you regarding cell of the drugs, monthly basis, daily basis, hourly basis, and so on. But now for my algorithm, I'm just using cells monthly. So I'm going to choose this cells monthly.csv file and I'm going to open it. So you can see that it has been uploaded in my Google Colab. So second step is done for me, which is nothing but the second step of my algorithm. The first step, it was loading the all the libraries that I have done. Second step is my data set, so that I have done. The third step is cleaning my data set. So for now, I'm just keeping some 3-4 function over here. I'll come back to that function maybe later when we will go ahead with the programming. So what I'm going to do is now, first, I'm going to start with the cleaning of my data. So before cleaning, you can see that I have uploaded the data set in my Colab notebook, but I have not read that. So I need to read that, right? So for reading, there is a command that is which we are importing from pandas. So that's why we will use import pandas as PD. So here you can see that I have imported the read underscore CSV command, which will read my CSV file. I have uploaded the CSV file in the Google Colab and now I'm going to run this. Now in this, there are number of product. I have told you our drug, this CSV file, they are categorized into different product. So here I am just doing for N02BA. So it is one class of the drug. I'm going to do it for that product only. Okay. So here you can select different product also, but now for now I'm doing it for this N02BA. I have imported or I have read the CSV file. Now it is present in my variable df. So whatever my CSV file is there, now it is present in my df. Okay. The next one is I'm going to check that that CSV file I want to take only from 2014 to 2019 only. That data set, what I want to take, I just want to take from 2014 to 2019. So what I have done over here is I have just checked for, yes, is it consisting of 2014? Is it consisting of 2015, 16? You can just go ahead like that. You can see that 16, 17, 18 and 19 means if my data set DF is consisting of 2014 or 15 or 16 or 17 or 18 or 19, yes, then I'm going to go ahead. Remaining data I'm going to discard. So I'm just worried about 2014 to 2019. So I have just kept that and I have resetted the index also, so that as I have lost some data, maybe extra data is there. So I just want to reset the index also. So this is the second step what I have done. So I have loaded I have read the CSV file and then I just took from 2014 to 2019 data. Then I just want to work on now third step, which is nothing but cleaning. I told you that third is pre-processing of the data, means I want to clean the data. So before that, I'll just check how is my data looks like. So you can see that this is what is my data. This df.head, whatever we have read the file, which is a CSV file, it is kept in df, right? And if I'm just checking for this head, so it will just give first 5 entries. So this is how my data looks like. You can see that this is what is my index, the data, which is nothing but the date of cell it is given, and M01AB 1 AE, and so on. These are nothing but category of the drugs. Okay, and I'm going to predict it for NO2BA, right? That's what I have selected up. So these are nothing but how my data set looks like. So I have just taken this df.head. So to understand how my data looks like, then I'm just adding some independent variable over here, which is for every row I'm going to add it. You can check how my data set look like using print command. Then next I'm going to clean that. What do you mean by cleaning? Whatever the unnecessary or incomplete data is there, that I'm going to discard. So I'm going to discard one tail, means last one and the first one. And also I'm going to clean up the data. I'm going to discard the data which is having value as 0. So this command, what it does is it will just check for any rows is having product value as 0. If product value is 0, I'm going to discard that, because that will not give, or that will not be helpful in my machine learning algorithm. It will my machine learning algorithm. These steps is now third my algorithm, which is nothing but cleaning of the data. So I want to first, let me just revise what we have done. The first step, we have imported all the libraries, whatever it is useful. The second step is nothing but I have read the file, which is nothing but CSV file. And the third step is I have cleaned the data. If it is having 0, which is having unnecessary data, I have cleaned it. So this is what is my pre-processing of the data. Let me check after pre-processing how my data looks like. So once again, I have used df and I have included one more column I have told you. So that is nothing but that data number, it is given over here. And now the next thing is I want to predict for df plus 1. So for the January month, which is +5 month, I have added over here. If you want for February, yes, you can add up over here. So it will tell you regarding the next one, which is nothing but maybe February month sales prediction. So here I'm going to just run this. It just print what predictions for the product. So this product already I have initialized that I want to do it for this product, and I want to do it for sales in January. So this much I have done. Now I want to store the data. I want to store the result also. So that I am going to store in this REG values. So this is what is my third step. So let me start now with the machine learning regression techniques, because I'm going to use some regression techniques. So let me just share with you the next portion what I'm going to do. So till now whatever we have done, let me just revise it. Importing the libraries we have done. We have loaded the data set, which is nothing but a CSV file from my local machine. I have cleaned the data. The cleaning of the data I have done. Then now I have to start with the splitting, sorting the data and different regression techniques. So before splitting and sorting of the data, let me just explain in brief, because I know from morning these things has been covered. What 3 techniques I'm going to use, I will just explain over here, and then I will demonstrate what 3 techniques we have used. So the first one is a linear regression technique. You know that this is a supervised machine learning algorithm. Let me just go fast with this because I want to go ahead with the hands-on things. So this is what is my linear regression. I'll just tell you the picture, this representation. If my data set is like this, one is independent variable X and another is a dependent variable, and I want to just classify it. It is a regression problem. So I want to draw one line, right? So this is how I'm going to draw the line. So this is how I have classified my data points into 2 classes. So this is nothing but what is my linear regression. There are 2 types of linear regression actually, simple linear regression and multiple linear regression. I just want to go ahead with the simple linear regression. In the simple linear regression, what we are going to do is the dependent variable depends only on a single independent variable. You can see this is what is my equation, what I am going to understand, where X is what is my independent variable and y is my dependent variable. So this is what is my linear regression, and I'm going to use this linear regression technique in my demo. So this is how my linear regression works. So it will just classify, it will put a hyperparameter, hyperplane, and it will classify the data sets. So that is the first regression technique I'm going to use. The next regression technique I'm going to use is a polynomial regression. Sometimes what will happen, we will not be able to classify using one line, straight line. So how do I go ahead with that? Then I can use a polynomial regression. So polynomial regression is a regression algorithm that models the relation between dependent and independent variable with some degree. So in my demo, I'm going to use degree of 2, but it is not mandatory. If you feel, yes, it is not fitting properly, once I have demonstrated it and it is not giving me a proper result, yes, you can change the degree and you can change it to higher degree also, so that my data will fit to one curve properly. So that is nothing but what is my polynomial regression. You can see that the equation, it is y, which is nothing but my dependent variable, is equal to b0 plus b1 x1. So this is what is my with the order. You can see that how my polynomial regression it will work. It is just fitting the line properly with the degree of 2. You can see y is equal to b0 plus b1 x1 plus b2 x1 square. So this is my second regression technique what I'm going to use in my demo, which is nothing but polynomial regression. The third regression technique which I'm going to use is nothing but support vector regression. Before starting with support vector regression, I will just start with support vector machine, because this support vector machine and regression, it is only when support vector machine comes, it is a regression problem. So let me just start. The technique is same. In the support vector machine, you see that data points are like this, and it is a two class problem. Means it I'm going to divide into two classes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just plot one line. I'm going to draw one line which will classify these two data sets, right? But problem is, if my data set is like this, my datas are like this, how do I classify? So here my support vector machine comes into picture. So what support vector machine comes, what it will do is, it will introduce a new dimension along the z axis. Means what has happened is, before what I was trying to do, I want to classify using only two dimensional. But now this support vector machine, what it has done, it has introduced one more dimension to that. After introducing one more dimension, you can see that I'm able to classify that properly. If I will get that back once again into two dimensional, you can see that this is what my data set looks like. So when we transform this line back to the original plane, it maps to a circular boundary. So it is nothing but what my SVM does is, it will find a line or the hyperplane that separate these two classes, and then it classifies the new point depending on whether it lies on positive or the negative side of the hyperplane. So what support vector machine has created, it has created one hyperplane, but it took from the two dimensional, it took us to three dimensional, and then it has separated, it has classified our data, and then we can say that yes, that is nothing but the creation of my hyperplane. Okay, so that is what is my third regression techniques. But this is what is support vector machine. But same way, what I'm going to do is, same problem I'm going to do for support vector regression. So here only difference is, now here it is a continuous data. Here you can see that there is a decision boundary, and this will be green color one is nothing but what is my hyperplane. So same technique I'm going to use for regression also. Only thing is, in the regression continuously I'm going to approximate mapping from an input domain to real numbers. So that is only the difference between support vector regression and support vector machine. So what machine has done, same thing we are going to do it for the regression also, but only a regression problem. So now these three techniques, the first one is linear regression, The second one is a polynomial regression. And the third one is support vector regression. I'm going to implement on my data set, whatever I have done. So let me once again go to Colab and just show you what I'm doing over there. So I think the speed is fine, or any till now, any issues with the speed? So I think I can go ahead. So here, the next one is, so 3 regression technique I'm going to use. So let me just start, because I have left some cells, so that I'm going to use now. So let me start with that. 3 things already I have done. The first one is calling the libraries. The second one is loading the data, which is nothing but my CSV file. And the third one is nothing but cleaning my data. Okay, so this much we have seen. And then we have just came across what are the technicality or technical things which is required for our problem. So the first one is a linear regression. The next one is a polynomial, and then SVR that we are going to do here. So that's why when I have run this, you can see that I have just kept 3 regression technique: linear, polynomial, and SVR. This voting regression, what it is doing, it is finding out best of all these 3. It will give the best prediction from linear, polynomial, and SVR. So this is what is my voting regression. So now let me just start with the next thing, that which is a linear regression. So for that, so here I have load the data set. I have just skipped some cells. So this now I'm going to run. So this scatter data is nothing but for the plotting. I'm going to send to this scatter data xtrain, ytrain, xtest, and ytest with the title. So that we are going to call afterwards. So these are nothing but my data set will be divided into training and the testing. And then I'm going to send it so that I can just plot the this scatter plot. Okay. So this is what is required for the scatter plot. Next, we are going to start with first regression technique, which is nothing but a linear regression. So this function, this is how I'm going to define my linear regression. What I'm sending to that is nothing but xtrain, ytrain, xtest, and ytest. So let me just go ahead with that. Here, first, whatever the data, what it has come, I want to split it. The fourth work, what I have to do is, after cleaning, I want to just split the data. So this, what it is doing is, it is splitting my data using train underscore test underscore split. So how it is splitting? I have given as 0.3, means 30%. It will be my testing and training will be my 70%. So I have just split the data into 70 and 30%, and that has been given to my train and the test. Further, this data I am just sorting it in the proper order, ascending order, and that has been given. And this value which has been given, it is given to your xtrain, ytrain, xtest, and ytest. So these are nothing but 4 things. I have divided my data set into xtraining. Y is nothing but what is my label. So it is ytraining, xtest, and ytest. So this is nothing but the splitting of the data. Afterward, I am going to call this linear regression. So this linear regression, what it is doing is, it is calling this predict linear regression function. So first, before executing this cell, what I have to do is, I have to first execute that predict linear regression. So let me just go ahead with executing that and then come back over here. So here, these are what are my 3 functions, what I am going to do. Which are my 3 functions? As I have told you, I am going to use 3 regression technique. Let me explain you that also. So this is what is my linear regression. I'll explain one by one. Let me execute these. The second one is polynomial regression. So it is calling a function which is polynomial regression. The next one is nothing but your SVR, support vector regression. These are nothing but 3 regression techniques. Because if I have not executed that, if I execute the next line, it will give me a error. It will throw me a error saying that it is not present in your collab. So once again, now I have executed that predict linear regression. Now we'll start with this. Once again, I'm just repeating what are the things we have done. First, we have called the libraries. Then we have cleaned our data. Before cleaning, I have imported my CSV file. Then I have cleaned my data. Then I have splitted the data into train and the test. Here I have used 30% and 70%. Means 70% for my training and 30% for my testing. So these I have used. After that, I want to start with my first regression techniques, which is nothing but the linear regression. What is my aim? My aim is to find out what will be the sales prediction in January 2020, right? Because we have data set till only 14 till 19. I want to predict so that pharmaceutical manufacturer, they will definitely manufacture drugs like that. So there will not be any wastage also of the medicine. So let me start ahead with this linear regression. So I have just run this. After running this, it is calling, I'll just come back to this diagram afterward, but what it is doing, that is very, very important. This first line, it is calling a one function which is nothing but predict linear regression, which already I have executed. What I am sending to that linear regression, it is nothing but xtrain, ytrain, xtest and ytest. What is my xtrain? I have divided the data set into training and the testing. X is nothing but what is my data and Y is nothing but what is my label, right? So here, what is I have divided, it is into xtrain, ytrain, xtest and ytest. So totally I have divided into 2 things, and further that training set is xtrain and ytrain, and xtest is further xtest and ytest. So these I have divided using scikit-learn, what sir has explained. And after that I have called this predict linear regression. And then further, we are calling this linear regressor result. And further, let me just go ahead with the function first, which is nothing but predict linear regressor. So for predict linear regressor, it is calling this function. So this is what is the function which is predict linear regressor, which you have given up or which has been sent the data as xtrain, ytrain, xtest and ytest. First thing what I'm doing is I'm just putting that to ytrain and ytest. After that, I'm calling another function which is a scatter plot. So what is this scatter plot? So this scatter plot here, this is what is my scatter plot. So as soon as this line I'm calling, what it will do is it will call this function and it will just plot in my figure with blue color, which will be xtrain and ytrain. And cyan, it will be, we will observe that when I will show you that here, the title will be given as prediction using title. What is the title? It is nothing but linear regression, because I am sending this linear regression over here. So this is how I will be getting the scatter plot, and further it will be plotted. Then next thing is how it is doing my linear regression, because this is just the plotting with the linear regression. So here, this is what is my linear model dot linear regression. So this, what it will do is it will classify, it will use my linear regression. This is the inbuilt function in the scikit-learn. So it will use for linear regression technique. After that, this fits the training data for input and the with REG fit. So training data test as well as label. Then I want to plot with the red and the regressor. I'm going to plot and I'm going to show also. Now, what is our requirement? So this portion of the program, what it is doing, it is just giving me a linear regression technique. It is classifying my data using linear regression. But what is my aim? My aim is to predict the sale. So that also I'm going to do using this function which is called as predict. So this predict, what it will do, as we have seen regression, now over the test training data we have plotted, this X test, it will predict now what will be my Y predict linear. So what is this Y predict? It is nothing but the sales data, what is going to be a cell, that is a prediction. I cannot say that yes, it is guaranteed, because every algorithm is having some accuracy. So it is just the prediction. We are just predicting that yes, this will be the cells which is going to happen in coming months, which I took as January. Okay, so this is how I'm going to predict the output or the cells prediction. Okay, so this is what is the next thing. Next, I want to understand how my machine learning algorithm is working also. So I need to find out the score. So to find out the accuracy, I'm using this score function, which is just taking X train and Y train. So it is measuring the accuracy. Then further, this is what I'm getting. I'm going to plot linear regression. This will be the prediction cells, and then I'm going to plot the accuracy. So let me just run this. Already I have run this. Let me run the program or the cell which is calling this function. So which function it is getting called? So let me just go ahead. So this is the cell which is calling this function. You can see here, I have just training observed point and the testing observed point. So this cyan color is nothing but my testing, and this is what is my blue color is nothing but training, and this what my graph has been fit. So this is what is my linear regression, what is happening. So after that, after running this program, what I'm getting is linear regression is predicting how much will be the sell for that product is 85, means around 86 will be the selling in the month of January using linear regression. So this is what is my one technique, which is a linear regression. And how much is the accuracy? You can see here, the accuracy is very less. How I'm going to go ahead then? I have to go ahead with more training data, or I have to go ahead with different machine learning algorithm. So let me start with this next machine learning algorithm, which is nothing but polynomial regression. So let me just revise whatever we have done till now. I was just with the algorithm. So what my algorithm it was saying, so this algorithm it says, first it is taking, let me the algorithm so that it will be easier for us to understand. First, what we have done is we have imported all the libraries, then we have loaded the data set, then we have cleaned the data set. Loading of the data set, we have used CSV file to load the data set, and then data cleaning, I have removed the null, whatever zero product it is there, so that I have removed. Then I have split the training and the testing. So data set has been split into training and the testing. And then I have started with only one method, which is nothing but linear regression. So what my linear regression is giving, my linear regression is telling that what will be the sales prediction in January is 82.72, means I have to produce, I have to manufacture this much of drugs in the month of January. But how much is the accuracy? It is nothing but 58%. So this is what is my first technique, which is nothing but a linear regression. So what we have done, we have used a pharmaceutical data, which is having the cells for the previous year from 2014 to 2019. Whatever the cell has happened, monthly cell, I have shown you there are 4 files, daily, monthly, weekly. So I have used monthly cell CSV, and then I have predicted that what will be the sales prediction in January 2020. So this says it is 86 will be the sales prediction. So that is what is using first machine learning technique, which is nothing but linear regression. Now let me start with the next one, which is nothing but polynomial regression. Same thing, whatever we have done for the linear regression, same here also. I'm going to use a polynomial regression. I'm going to call the function. Already I have executed that. Let me explain that one more time, no issues. This is how I'm going to run. I have run this. What it is doing is, it is calling a function which is nothing but predict polynomial regression. What we are passing to that function? Xtrain, Ytrain, Xtest and Ytest. So once again here we are calling that function. This is the line, this is the cell which is calling that function. So let me go ahead with that function, what it is calling. So I'm just going up. So here, yes, so this is what is my polynomial regression function. So as soon as I'm running that cell, it will come over here. This is what is the definition. What I'll get? Xtrain, which is the data, training data, label training, Xtest and Ytest I'll get, and then I'm going to plot it, and using the scatter data that I'm going to plot. I have used here polynomial regression with degree 2. I have explained you that there can be a degree. If you feel that degree 2 is not sufficient, my data is not getting fit properly, so I can use higher degree. So here you can choose that, which is nothing but degree 2. So I have used that, and this portion of the program, what it is doing, this portion of the program, what it is doing, it is fitting my polynomial regression. So after fitting, once again, I have to predict what will be the cells prediction for January 2020. So once again, I'm going to use this prediction, which is nothing but a polynomial prediction. So this line, what it is doing, it is finding out what will be the cells prediction in January 2020. So this is what is, it will find out. After that, so it will just print me what will be the prediction, and it will give me the accuracy also. So from where I'm getting the accuracy? I'm getting the accuracy from this command, which is finding out the dot score. So this is what is my polynomial regression. Let me run that and see how much accuracy this polynomial regression is giving. So let me go ahead down with the polynomial regression where I have called the function. Yes, let me run this. So this polynomial regression, you can see that here it is not a straight line, but it is little bit curved. Why little bit curved? Because I have used the polynomial regression of degree 2 only. And how much prediction it is saying? It is saying that the cells prediction for January 2020, it will be around 82.59. So how much is the accuracy is, I think, yeah. So it is, how much is the accuracy? Here also I'm getting around 58% of the accuracy for polynomial regression. So this is what is my second technique or second machine learning algorithm, what I have used to predict the pharma cells for January 2020. Let me go ahead with one more, which is nothing but third technique, what I have explained to you, that is nothing but simple vector regression. Before this simple vector regression, I have to, as this is once again calling a function, you have to make sure that this has been executed previously. I think we have executed all the cells, that's why the result is coming. So this one, what it is doing is, once again it is calling one function which is nothing but predict SVR. So let me go ahead with that predict SVR. So coming back over here where we have done predict SVR. So this is what is my predict SVR function. Here once again we have given a Xtrain, Ytrain, Xtest and Ytest, and here we are using SVR function, which is nothing but simple vector regression. It is also called as the simple vector regression with kernel as radial basis function. Gamma I'm taking auto, and then it is getting fit. So this portion, this is for the plotting. It will just plot my Xtrain and Ytrain, and then I want to fit it. So fitting it is done by this portion of the program, but only fitting is not sufficient for me, because I want to predict how much should be, how much you are expecting the cells for that particular product. So that I am going to use using SVR regressor dot predict. So this dot predict, what it will do is it will predict how much can be prediction of the pharma cells. So that will be predicted, and once again it will be written over here with my simple vector regression. It will tell me how much will be the prediction and how much will be the accuracy. So this is what is my third regression techniques. So this already we have executed, and then we got the plot like this. So this plot I can just show you. So this is what is my simple vector regression. We have called the third machine learning technique, which is a regression technique to predict how much will be the cells prediction for January 2020, right? So these machine learning techniques, what it is saying is, it is telling me that the prediction, it will be around 121, and I'm getting very, very less accuracy, which is nothing but 9%. So this is what is my third regression techniques. Now we have seen three regression technique. The first one is linear, the second one is polynomial, and the third one is nothing but simple vector regression. Now what I need to do is, I don't want to go ahead with one regression technique only. I want to take best of that. So that is going to use by voting regressor. So this voting regressor, what it is doing is, it is just taking or comparing whatever the regression techniques I have used, and it is taking the average or the best prediction out of that. So here, let me execute that. So this is what is my voting regressor. So this voting regressor, what it is doing, it is taking polynomial regression, it is taking linear regression, it is taking SVR regressor, and what it is giving me, it is giving me a best suitable, or maybe it is taking average, and it is finding out the best prediction. So that will be my final prediction. So what is my final prediction? Whatever we have seen from linear regression, polynomial regression, and simple vector regression, the voting regressor, it is taking the best fitting, and that predicted value is nothing but 98. So you can go ahead with this 98. Further, I can just plot all the three results using linear regression. How much was the prediction? 86. Using polynomial regression, I got as 83. Using SVR, I got as 121. And voting regressor, it says, no, it is 98. So this, we can go ahead with the voting regressor. So in this first demo, what I have demonstrated is, the first one, it says we are giving a pharmaceutical data for the cells from 2014 to 19. Now I want to predict for future month. Here I have given, you can see that here I have given as 5. Maybe I can change it to 6, so it will give for the February. Let me show you that. Here, what I have done is, I have just given as 5. You can just change it to 6 or 7 or 8, whatever it is. So what it will do is, it will just find out for the further months, that what can be the prediction for the cells. So using these three techniques, we can understand that yes, probability of selling means how much can be the sell for the particular product. So voting regressor, because it is best of all this, because it has considered all these three techniques. So I feel 98 is the what the prediction for a given product. So what we can do is, pharmaceutical manufacturing company can just use such kind of algorithm. Of course, my algorithm, it is not giving the accuracy. There are so many algorithms, we can go ahead with that. Further, we can increase the accuracy using more training data also. So what data I have, you can just increase that. So that is also another way where we can increase the accuracy. So here with this demo, what I have demonstrated is, we have demonstrated that what can be the cells prediction for the future month. So we can manufacture dependent on this machine learning technique. So I think, is that clear, or do I need to check for the algorithm once again? Can anyone respond?
Ma'am,
Yes.
Ma'am, can you just, if it's possible, just give our outline, ma'am, how it will be working out. It will
Yeah.
be helpful for us.
Yes. So here, what is happening is, what you have given a data, then we have cleaned the data, and then we are predicting using different techniques how it is, what will be the prediction of the cells. So what is the prediction for a given product? If I'm saying that this is what is my product, this I have taken one product, okay. So out of this 6, if one product I am taking, I can just see that this is what is the product, and I am going to find out what will be the sales prediction for the future month for this given product, okay. So here what we are doing is, we are taking the data and then we are applying machine learning algorithm. Which are machine learning algorithm I am going to use? Linear regression I am going to use, polynomial regression I am going to use, support vector regression I am going to use, and I am going to predict how much can be the sales prediction. Means I am predicting for this particular product how much will be the sales, so that I can manufacture it. There will not be any wastage. Okay. So this is what is the outline of this program, what is happening. So in this way, I can use different machine learning techniques so that I can predict for the cells also, for pharma cells, because in pharmaceutical industry, it is very, very important, because pharmacy, these drugs will have expiry date. If I will come to know, yes, this medicine is going to be sold at this particular pace, yes, then I can say that, yes, I am going to manufacture that much. Otherwise, I am not going to manufacture that much. Of course, it is a prediction. We can use different machine learning techniques for predicting that. So here in the program, what I have done is, I have used 3 different techniques, which is nothing but a linear regression, polynomial regression, and then support vector regression. So this is what is my outline. Hope it is clear, ma'am. Is that clear? Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Yeah.
Hello,
So this
am I
is what
audible, ma'am?
is, yeah, you are audible. Yes?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, fine. So this is what is the first demonstration, what I have explained you regarding pharmaceutical industry. Let us start with the second demonstration I'm going to share, but before that, let me explain with you the second one, the second demo which I'm going to give to you. So this is what was my first algorithm, where I have used linear regression, and then of course these are nothing but machine learning techniques I have used in the pharmaceutical data set, on the pharma data set. So let me start with the second one, which is my second demonstration. So the second demonstration, it is regarding drug health complication. Means we are taking some drugs, but is it having any complications on my health? So that I'm going to predict, or I'm going to analyze what is the complications because of this drug. So this is very, very important. So I'm going to use one data set, which is nothing but drug200.csv. What this data set is having, once again, it is a comma separated value file. It is having different features, blood pressure level and cholesterol. You can see that these are nothing but what are my different features. Different features are available for the data set. Let me show you that data set also, so that it will be clear for you. So this is what is my drug 200. If I'm just opening that, you can see that there is an Excel file which is opened. So it is having different features: age, sex, blood pressure, cholesterol, Na to K, sodium to potassium ratio, or value of that, and the drugs, different drugs are there. So this will be what is my CSV file. In the previous demo also, whatever I have taken, like this same file it was available. So this is what is my drug 200 CSV file. So let me start with explanation first. So here I'm going to take this data set, which is nothing but drug 200.csv. In that, different features are there, which is nothing but drug type, age, sex, blood pressure, cholesterol. These are nothing but my different features. So how I'm going to go ahead with the algorithm? First, as I have explained you, for any machine learning algorithm, I have to import the libraries. So first portion, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import so many libraries. Then I'm going to load the data set. I'm going to display the complications with each drug, and then I'm going to classify. So let me just go ahead with this flow now, and I'll go to the Colab laboratory to make you understand how it is happening. And the next two things I'm going to use, which is here technical thing, that is logistic regression, and one more k nearest neighbor, that I will explain you afterward. Let me just start with the first thing, that is nothing but second one, which is drug health complication, which is a second demo. So I think it is visible, or let me just increase the font size. Yeah. So here, the first thing what I have to do is, it is importing the data set. Sorry, importing the libraries first, because whenever I have to start with the Colab, I need to have functions. So many functions are required. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the libraries. So these are nothing but the libraries which I'm going to use for drug health complication, which is nothing but pandas, matplotlib for plotting, and then statistical data vision, that also I'm going to do. Now the second thing is I have to take the data set. Where is my data set? It is present in my machine. So let me just take that. So I'm going to run it and then choose file. Here it was my previous data set. Let me go ahead with second one. So this is drug 200. So that I am going to upload. So it has been uploaded. So this what is my second data set which is present, and I have now uploaded in my Colab. Okay. Now this data set, it is having these 6 features. I have just told you: drug type, age, sex, blood pressure, cholesterol level, sodium to potassium ratio. So these are nothing but what is my features for the given drugs. So let me just run this. This, what it is doing is, it is reading my CSV file, and of course it is displaying also. So what it is displaying, you can see that this drug 200.csv, it is displaying age, it is having sex, male or a female, then blood pressure, then cholesterol, sodium to potassium ratio, and then which drug it is taking. What I need to do is, I need to find out the complications from a given drug. Maybe drug Y it is taking, a patient is taking drug Y, what are the complications behind that? What is happening to your body? So this is what is my drug health complication project. So these are different drugs what we have used. So this is just the glimpse. Drug 200 is having such 200 entries. But here, as I have given df.head, it is just displaying first 5. Okay. So this is what is how my data set looks like, which is having age, sex, blood pressure, cholesterol, sodium to potassium. These are different drugs which are available. Let me take the info of this information for my data. So it says, yes, there are non-nulls are there, no null values are there. So I'm not going to go ahead with the cleaning. In the first demonstration, what we have done, we have removed wherever 0 was there, which is nothing but the cleaning. But here I'm not doing that, because already you can see that there are no null values. For age also there are no null values, then sex, BP, then cholesterol, sodium to potassium, and drug there are no null values. So I'm not going to go ahead with that. Then I'm going to visualize that. So this is what is my visualization tool. So let me just plot this figure. So this scatter plot, what it is doing is, it is plotting the graph between x-axis, it is for the year, that is age, and on the y-axis, the drugs, which drugs and who is taking. So here drug B, drug A, drug Y, drug C, and drug X, drug C, and drug Y. So these are the plotting. Whatever my data set is having, how it is getting plotted, it is getting plotted in the scatter plot. On the x-axis, it is age, and on the y-axis, who is taking what drug. And if Y drug is getting consumed by one person or patient, who is consuming that and what is the age of that. So I can just find out that. This is very, very important, because in this way we can analyze how or who is going to have different drug, who is consuming different drugs. So here you can see that with the data, everyone is preferring drug Y. Let me just check, really is it like that? So you can see that here is what is my drug Y. So you can see that all age people, from the starting, whatever the starting age we have, everyone is almost consuming this drug Y. So with his plotting, I can understand that yes, every age people is consuming drug Y. Okay. Then let me just comment on drug C. You can see that there are less points over here. So can I conclude that there are no so many people, those who are taking drug C? Means I can say that there are not so lot many people they are taking drug C. What about my drug X? Actually, drug X and drug Y are getting consumed almost equally, but of course drug Y is getting consumed more. You can see that more points are there, right? So here I can say that drug X looks like drug Y, but drug Y is superior to drug X. Means who is consuming more, which drug is getting consumed more, that is nothing but drug Y. Then let me comment on this drug A. You can see that if I'm plotting here, this drug A is getting consumed from 20 years of age to 50 years of age, isn't it? So this is nothing but, who is preferring this drug A is nothing but the person or the people between the age from 20 to 50. Then who is going to consume, who is generally consuming for our data set, who is consuming this drug B, which is nothing but greater than 50 years age. So I can just, using plotting, I can just comment on who is consuming or which age person is consuming which drug. I can just comment on that. Okay. So this is what is about just the visualization of the data. First, what we have done, we have imported all the libraries. Then we have imported the data set. We have read it using read_CSV command. And then we have plotted the data. Just plot is on the y-axis is nothing but different drug. On the x-axis is nothing but the age. So that we can just conclude that yes, these age people are consuming this drug. So that is what is my just visualization. Now we'll just start with our complication problem. So what is a complication? So let me just start with first drug Y. I will just explain this drug Y, and similarly we are going to go ahead with all the drugs. So here what we are doing is, here I'm just doing it for drug Y. This query dot describe, what it is doing is, it is giving me numerical, for numerical data it is giving me the information. So what are the numerical data I have and what are non-numerical or string data I have? I have told you, in my data set, there is a sex, there is a BP, there is a cholesterol. These are the things are there, and drug is also there. So how is the value present in sex? Sex is male and female, isn't it? So is it not a string? It is not a, what I should say, number. Okay. What about BP? High and low. So that is nothing but once again a string. Cholesterol, high and low. So that is nothing but once again a string. Drug is drug X, drug A, drug B, and so on. So these are nothing but 5 kind of drug I have. So there are 5 categories. To take the information regarding string data, what I'm going to include. So that will give me the information regarding string data, and this will give me this one. This one will give me information regarding numerical data. So let me just concentrate on only drug Y. So this is what is my drug Y. So this drug Y, let me see what information has been given over here. It says that how much is the total count? What is this total count means? Who is consuming drug Y? Is nothing but 91. So 91 people they are there, those who are consuming this drug Y. Then what is the mean of that age? This is all about age. This vertical column is all about your age. So mean age is nothing but 43. Standard deviation is 17. Minimum age who is taking drug Y is 15. Maximum age is nothing but 74. And this it is taking the percentage, means the 25% of the range, 50% of the range, and then 75% of the range. Same way for sodium to potassium also it is getting displayed. So count is 91, then 22, standard deviation is 6, and these are the information for numerical data. For my data set, which is my numerical, so it is nothing but age and sodium to potassium. So this is what is my numerical data. But what about this string then? So you can see here your string is nothing but for sex, 91 is your total count. How many categories are there? Only 2 categories are there, either male or female. Who is stopping that? Means which drug is getting consumed by either male or a female. So female, they are consuming more this drug Y. So drug Y is consumed by female more. And what is the frequency of that? 47. Then next is blood pressure. So blood pressure, there are 3 categories. Maybe high, low, moderate it is there. So there are 3 values are present. So which is happening at the top, which is having more blood pressure. So drug Y, who is consuming in that category, blood pressure high is more, means the patient is having more blood pressure, which is having frequency as 38, means 38 persons are having high blood pressure. What about cholesterol? It is nothing but 47, and that too high, means here also drug Y is having also high blood pressure. So what I can conclude with this I can conclude that most of those who took this drug is nothing but 28 to 58. How we have concluded that? Because of this describe, you can see that from here there is 25% 28 and 75% is nothing but 58. So who is consuming more? It is nothing but from 28 years to 58 years they are consuming more. And either male is consuming more or female is consuming more. So female is consuming more. And this type of drug is leads to, you can see that there are more cases of cholesterol, there are more cases of blood pressure. So this drug is going towards, or it is leading to high level of blood pressure and cholesterol. So I want to find out drug health complication. If I'm taking simply these drugs, what are the complications can happen? So this is how I'm going to get for drug Y. I think this is clear how I have understood this one. We have understood the data, and we have understood with the describe, we have understood how this data is giving me the count, and with that I can say that what are the complications from drug Y is present. Same way I'm going to plot it. So let me run this. You can just plot this also. So this it has not run because previously I have not run. Let me just run this cell also. So this is run. So then next cell also it will run. So this is what is my next cell. What it is doing is it is just giving me a figure. You can see that this is what is my plots. So here age is there. You can see that age plot has been given. Then sex, how many male is consuming this drug Y, female, then sodium to potassium, then cholesterol, And then what about my cholesterol normal and high? BP is nothing but high, low, normal. So these are nothing but the three categories. So with this we have understood for drug Y. We have understood how this drug Y is creating the whole health complications on us. Next, I have to go ahead with next drug. So which is my next drug? The next drug I am going to take as C. So there are some 5 to 6 drugs. So how many are there? So C, this is what is my C, drug C. So drug C, first I am going to describe this numerical value, and then I am going to describe the string values also. For this drug C, I can see that what I am getting, the count is nothing but 16. Then how much is the mean? Mean is nothing but 42. How many people they are consuming drug C is 16. Out of that, mean of the age is 42. Standard deviation is 16. Minimum is 16. Maximum is 72. And then these are nothing but 25 to 75%. And this is what is my sodium to potassium ratio. The next one is what about my string one? String means in that sex is there. So in the sex you can see that totally 16 are there. Out of that male is leading. So how many male are taking this drug, which is drug C? It is nothing but 9 males they are taking this drug C. Then blood pressure. In this category who is taking this drug C, there is low blood pressure. And the frequency is 16. Who is having low blood pressure, low, high and normal. These are my 3 classes. So 16, what is my low? Then cholesterol is high for 16. Okay. Then for drug, you can see here cholesterol for all the 16, it is high only. Because you have only one unique. Unique is nothing but what are the categories you have. So here all is 1. Here also you can see that BP is also low only for all the 16 member. The drug is nothing but drug C. So with this I can just start with the complications for my drug C. So for drug C, what are the complications? It leads to high level of cholesterol. You can see that who is taking drug C? 16 member, and all these 16 member is having high level of cholesterol. Leads to missing big quantities of Na, means Na value is less, it contains more value of potassium, and leads to low level of blood pressure. So this is what is my low level. You can see that all the 16 member who are taking this drug are having low blood pressure. So this is what is the blood health complication for the next drug, that is nothing but drug C. Let me go ahead with next one also. So the next one, I am not going to explain now this because one more part of the program is there which I have to explain. This is what is just the plotting of my drug C. The next one is drug X. We can understand the complication of drug X using describe, and we can just see what are the drugs complications, health complication because of that drug is there. Then we can plot it. The next one is drug A. That also we can understand. I'm not explaining this because it is exactly similar what I have explained for 2 drugs, but the conclusions are different, definitely, because conclusion, it is dependent on how the drugs is behaving. Okay. So this is what is the next drug, which is drug B. And then I'm going to plot it for drug B also. Okay. So this is what is drug B. Now, so this till now what we have done, let me just revise the algorithm. Algorithm says I have to import the different libraries, then I have to import my data. Actually I have to clean the data, but in this case I have checked that there are no nulls present, so I'm not going to clean the data directly. What I have done, I have used the tools present in this collab in the machine learning so that I can understand the drug health complication. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use 2 techniques to classify my my data set Either it is drug X, drug Y, or drug A, B, C, so on. So which are the two techniques I'm going to use? The two techniques I'm going to use is, one is logistic regression and the another is K nearest neighbor classifier. So let me just go ahead with the slides for some time. So in the logistic regression, this is another regression techniques. In the logistic regression, you can see that here this diagram explains the logistic regression. So what it is doing is, it is finding out the probability which is between 0 to 1. So it will find out the class, either it can be classified as 0 or 1. But is it mandatory that logistic regression can classify only to? No, there are different types of logistic regression: binomial, multinomial. So these multinomial I am going to use, where I am going to classify it for different drugs, because I have some 5 to 6 drugs. For that I am going to classify it. So this is what is my logistic regression techniques. The next technique what I am going to use, it is nothing but K nearest neighbor. What is this K nearest neighbor? With the diagram I am going to explain. Understand this. If this is my A category, so this is what is my A category, and this is what is my B category, and assume that new data point has come. How do I classify that? Either I am going to classify it to here, which is category A, or I am going to classify over here, which is nothing but category B. That is what is my question, because new data has been come. So what I have to do is, I'm going to use one algorithm which is nothing but K nearest neighbor. So in the K nearest neighbor, I'm going to select the K neighbors first. And with the K neighbors, I'm going to find out the Euclidean distance. Euclidean distance is one measure how I'm going to find out the distance between that. So this is, imagine that I have just taken 5 neighbors. So this is what is my data point, no? So I'll just take one neighbor, I'll take second neighbor, I'll take third neighbor, fourth neighbor, like that I'm going to take, and I'm going to find out the Euclidean distance of that. So after taking the Euclidean distance, which neighbors or which points of which category are coming more, that I have to understand. Imagine that, let me just go ahead with next slide. So imagine that here this point has come and I have found out the Euclidean distance. So this is how I can find out the Euclidean distance. This you can just refer anytime, no issues, because we are running out of time. So here this new data has come. I want to find out the Euclidean distance, and then here I want to classify. So I will find out this Euclidean distance and which category of the data is more. So here 3 category, these 3 neighbors are more, here only 2 are there. So how I'm going to classify this new point? I'm going to classify in category A. So that is what is my K nearest neighbor. So these 2 techniques, machine learning technique, I'm going to use. The first one is, which is logistic regression, and the second one is K nearest neighbor. So now let me just shift my screen to the next one, which is I'm going to classify. So what I have done is, now I have taken the data, which is nothing but CSV 200, which is present already. I have uploaded that, and then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to split this. Before splitting that, I'm just taking a label. What is this label encoder? This label encoder will give a label, because sex, our collab or any machine learning algorithm does not understand female or male, right? So I have to convert it into number. So how do I convert this into number? By using label encoder. So I've just converted the strings into label, the numbers, so that I can just classify it. So these all is nothing but my label encoder. Then what I have done is, I have just split the data. I'll just show you where it is getting split. So then I'm splitting the data so that I can run my machine learning algorithm. So here I'm going to use sklearn from machine learning, and then I'm going to split the training and the testing data set. Here also I have used 30% and 70%. 70% for my training and 30% for my testing. So this is what is, I can say 200 data set is there. So out of 200, 140 I'm taking as training and 60 I'm taking as testing. Then I'm going to use machine learning algorithm, which is nothing but logistic regression, and then you can see that this logistic regression, and after that I'm giving the next one, which is nothing but what is my k nearest neighbor. So after I have used logistic regression, what it has done is, what finally we have done, using that 140 training data, now I have used the remaining 60 and I want to classify that is it a drug X or drug Y or drug Z or whatever ABC. So how much accuracy I got using logistic regression? I got using logistic regression, I got 86.66% as the accuracy. And what about my k nearest neighbor? I got the accuracy as 58.33. So here I have used two machine learning techniques to classify the drug, means with the data how I am going to classify. So this is what is my second demo. So the first demo I told you regarding pharma sales prediction, and the second demo I told you regarding drug health complication as well as classification of the drug. I think I'm clear with that. Is the demo clear? Can anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
So these are the two demos what I have taken for pharmaceutical industry or pharma people, so that we can use so many data sets.
Participants having any queries, they can post in the chat box.
If any queries are there, please you can just, I'll just stop sharing. Is that fine? So that I can take up the queries. If anyone is having any query, please let me know. I'll just put the my mail ID also, so that if any queries are there, you can just post me for that. I think that's it from my side. If anyone is having any queries. I think it is fine.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption, ma'am.
Yeah.
There was a disturbance.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, there is a question from my side.
Yeah.
So you want types of regressions. So whether there are any other type which will be more suitable, or we have to mandatory go for the three types of regressions, ma'am?
No. There are so many techniques available. I have just demonstrated these techniques. We can go ahead with so many things are available. Even deep learning is also available. So, but for deep learning, you require more data set. So there are so many techniques available. These are just the basic techniques what I have demonstrated. You can see that accuracy was not so good for me. But if you go ahead with CNN and all, your accuracy will definitely be increased. So it is dependent on your application. I just want to demonstrate the basic linear regression and all. So I have demonstrated, I have used that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
There was one
Someone,
question.
yeah, someone is asking.
Yes, ma'am. From Virendra sir, he wants to know whether there are any mastering of program languages like C or C++, Oracle, or Python is required to write the code.
It is readily available, sir.
Whether the students or the persons have to learn those programming languages to write the
If
code.
if if they want to learn the programming language, for these I have used Python programming language, so they can go ahead with that. But it is not mandatory that go ahead. They have to go ahead with Python only. And one more thing, Sandeep sir, already he has told you regarding Coursera courses. So if you want to learn or go ahead with the Python, yes, you can learn that from the Coursera. So that will be definitely helpful. But this, whatever the demonstration I have shown, it is with the Python.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the detailed step-to-step how you have showcased what are the step-to-step methods how we can do the regression analysis. Thank you so much for that, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
And with that, I'm very thankful for all the faculty from Acharya Institute of Technology for sharing their knowledge and experience with us. And the participants have shared are requested to fill the feedback form that have been shared in the group before 9 o'clock today so that your attendance will be calculated. With this, we are going to conclude the session. Thank you so much for joining with us. And I'm very thankful for the faculty from Acharya Institute of Technology for joining with us today
Hello.
and sharing the methods.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am. Please, madam, what sentence you have repeated in the last? I am not able to get it. In the evening, what you will send us? We have sent out the questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. To hello.
Hello,
The
Dr.
feedback
Reena.
is
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, madam. Actually, the feedback link for today's session will be shared to you.
Yeah.
I think it is already posted, right? So it has to
Yeah.
be
Already we have filled,
complete.
sir.
Yeah, that is fine. And tomorrow
Okay.
morning, and we will be having two sessions. And
Yeah.
afternoon there will be an assessment session. Okay, madam.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay. Okay, sir, please tell us the time of that assessment session so that we can, if any query or any type of time mismatch will be there, we will join and then we will definitely we are attending. But sometime what will happen, internet connections will be go. That's why I request you, please inform us before this, sir.
Yeah, madam. Actually, I think the link for tomorrow, all the two session and the assessment is posted to your email. And I will
Okay,
share you in the WhatsApp group right now. And
definitely, sir.
tomorrow, one of our colleague, Dr. Pawan Kumar, HOD Department of Pharmaceutics, sir will be sharing his experience how to make your assessment. That is in the
Okay,
AICTE portal. Sir will be giving a demo on it.
okay.
I think it will be easy for all the participants.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, madam.
Sir, if we want to give feedback in form of video or in form of presence, share it is possible.
No, madam. In the AICTE portal, you have to give your online
No.
feedback.
What I'm saying is this: that feedback is different. But
Yeah,
as a committee, as a coordinator, you are organizing this event, and if you
yeah.
want to give feedback about the coordinators, that they have
Oh,
managed very nicely, they have done everything in a very nice manner, point to
oh,
point, they have sent me everything, whatever we want. So we want to
okay,
give that
madam.
feedback. I'm asking that.
Yeah, regarding that, what happened is the morning second session is there, and at
Yeah,
the end you can all the participants are appreciated to give your feedback.
definitely, sir. I will give. I will give
Thank
tomorrow.
thank you,
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
thank you all participants. Please join for us tomorrow, the very last day, and two sessions left. And I think today you are having a very tremendous session, very technically, and I got many queries that First 2 days were completely clinical and pharmacy oriented, and nothing was technical. And for those participants, we have told we have a good panel of technically equipped uh, professors. And I think yesterday and today, all the technical background professionals might have enjoyed a lot. Okay. Thank you. Meet you tomorrow morning at 9:30. And kindly give your response in the feedback link shared to you in the WhatsApp group. So make sure that before 9 o'clock you are making it. Okay. Thanks a lot for joining us. And we end for today, and we will get back on tomorrow morning. Thank you all.